Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely day wherever in the whole wide world you are. Thanks for being here, hanging out with us. Just as the stream gets started, it's absolutely lovely to see so many of you. Thank you, one and all. How's it going, Pepper? Hello, Jack. Sally, a pleasure as always. Good to see you, my friend. Hi, Axix. Hi, Silent. How you doing? John Yu, good to see you, my friend. Lost and Eighth, welcome back. It'll grow on you. A pleasure as always. Thank you for the nice message on Discord. I'll get back to you presently. And Monster Joy. Hello, Monster Joy. Hope you're having a good day. For sure. Way so far away. Hello. Grimy Grimes, hello there to you also. I know you said yesterday, I did before, you weren't feeling so great. Hope that things are going in the right direction now. And thanks for choosing to spend part of your day with us right here. Cyber Oracle, hello, friend. Thank you all who took part in this morning's discussion about linen this morning on Discord. All I know about linen is that it's used to make clothes in some video games, and I know literally nothing about it past that. I think once upon a time we had a conversation on stream about where does cloth come from, and I realized I know nothing. This was just after this conversation on where does flour come from. And I realized I actually did not have a clear sense of the relationship between flour and any plant. And like I know about mills that grind something doing flour. We figured that one out, and now it all is clear, and there are no more concerns. And I know everything about baking. Anyway, what do we got going for you today? As I mentioned yesterday, I'm getting a haircut this afternoon. Just after stream, my lovely locks will be reduced down to size in preparation for teaching this semester, which is going to be great. Except, as I mentioned yesterday, I'm going by myself, and I don't know what's going to happen, and it's all in Japanese, and this morning, Nam's tried to teach me a couple more phrases to use with the hairdresser to talk about what exactly I want, and to indicate certain things throughout the course of the haircuts, and I realize I should not use any of them, because I'm not going to remember them exactly right. I think I'm someone who learns language slowly, like a lot of people do, where I need to practice over and over and over again before I know for sure how to say what I want to say. And so if I go in and try to deploy some new phrases, I'm likely to say something offensive, to insult someone's mother, and we'll see how it goes. Incoming brush cut, yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I just hope it looks normal, because like I said, I'm less concerned about what I look like to you all. I've changed my look enough times on here that I think we're all used to it, and if I end up looking ridiculous, we can make funny jokes about it. The problem is teaching. I've got to have like a respectable presentation on that first day, because so much is determined on the first day, and so normal haircut, all good. How short would I like it? I mean, my standard line in the US is, I trust you. So I can't exactly say that here, unfortunately. I need to give a little more direction. So I'd like it to be, roughly the same hairstyle, just managed, under control. The biggest issue is here. Like, my sideburns grow out in a way where they start flipping upward the longer they get. And though I can keep them kind of under control with my daily shaving, or weekly shaving, however often it happens, they do keep going up and up and up. This is actually true for all of my hair. The longer it gets, the more it turns into, I don't know what you'd even call it, a wave thing? Like, not normal wavy hair, but this sort of inversion. At some point, the hair decides we are strong enough that we do not need gravity anymore, and that just looks ridiculous, so I don't want that, but we'll see. We have pre-knit written note help. Noms actually joked about this morning. Noms joked that she could take a note and put it to my chest with a straight pin, as one often sees in, I don't know, 1950s shows. But then I asked her, do you have any straight pins? And she does not. This reminded her that she used to have straight pins back in the United States. And then we had a long conversation about all the things we used to have that we do not have anymore. So I think I'll be fine. I mean, the worst thing that happens is that I get a bad haircut or feel a little awkward or uncomfortable that I can't exactly express myself, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Tomorrow this will all just be a joke, but I am a little nervous on that. Also need to go to the bank beforehand because I have no money, and so I need to get cash money because this hair cutter only takes cash money. As I've mentioned before, there are some places in Japan that will take, like, tap your phone here and take money off of various accounts. This place does not do it. It's very old school, cash or nothing. So gotta do that, which is to say, if it gets especially late today, if you look at the clock and say, why is Resorty still here? You might mention it. I mean, don't be mean. Don't say, I don't want to see you anymore, boo, Resorty. But if you notice I've forgotten about time entirely, it's like 2 p.m. my time, we got some problems. So we'll see how it goes. Which day is Football Manager Day? That's a very great question. It's always American Thursday, Japanese Friday. I know for some people, FM is the one true game, and I'm feeling that too somewhat. Like, I'm really excited to get back to it. But yeah, I don't know. I can't play it every day or else. Yeah, recently, this ties in. Recently there was what's F1 Manager, like a car racing manager game that so many of my fellow streamer friends played. And like, I'm not into car racing at all. And many of them are also not into car racing. But there's something about these simulator games where you can improve something, a team, a car, a driver, whatever, and you just get sucked into it. It doesn't matter it's about football or about baseball or about really anything. It's just the clear sense that you are improving over time that keeps people sucked in. So our friend Shen, our friend Cringer, who also plays strategy games regularly, though neither of them are huge auto fans, I believe, spent like 2 or 3 weeks just playing F1 Manager. And I have the same desire when it comes to Football Manager. It's all I want to play, but I know it's not great for the stream, probably not great for me either. But yeah, Thursday/Friday we'll play more FM, and I'm looking forward to it. This is probably the last week of Dwarf Fortress. I've gone back and forth on this a while. I'm enjoying it, but I think I need to play it in relatively short segments, a week or so at a time, or else it just becomes a little bit too much. So next week, something else entirely. Might be looking for a new game. Might go back to an old favorite, thinking possibly a playthrough of Crusader Kings. Also possibly a playthrough of Victoria again. We've done 2 playthroughs of that so far. I'd like to do one more focused on some part of the world that's not Europe per se, and see if it's possible to resist European colonization and see how that goes. I think it's a more difficult playthrough. I think it's very Europe focused right now. We'll see though. More on that pretty soon. Though again, when I say Monday, it reminds me next Monday I'm teaching, and so we got to get the new schedule figured out. I feel like I'm a ball of anxiety today. I'm not quite sure why, but like everything I mentioned, I'm like, oh gosh, I have to do that. Oh gosh, I need to do this. It'll all get done. It's all fine. Don't you worry. Speaking of getting things done though, for the past 2 days, Noms and I have been getting up at 5 a.m. to work in the morning. And this sounds horrible, described abstractly, but it's been so good so far. I don't know why exactly. Once it's later in the evening, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., I'm just tired. I just want to go to sleep. I'm not particularly interested in continuing to stay awake. And I just like curl up on the bed and that's that. Or the couch or the floor, wherever. But then on the other side, if I wake up very early before the sun is up, doesn't matter. I can get up, I can work, no problems at all. So I think Namza will continue doing that. So she's someone who much prefers to stay up very, very, very late until 2, 3 a.m. and working. I am constitutionally unable to do that. But she seems cool with early morning work also. Which means I might be like doing YouTube video things at 5 a.m. or more likely doing the grading then, I suspect. The early morning is great because you see both the sunrise and the sunset. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice way of thinking about it. Some people, I don't know who, but some people enjoy working in the early morning because they can then feel superior to the neighbors. They know full well that all the neighbors are asleep, but we're up working and being productive like true Midwesterners. Sally, you've been up recently due to rain and windstorms. Yeah, we had a gale advisory here last night. That wind is so brutal, right? It shakes the house, shakes the windows. It upsets my cat sometimes if it gets too noisy. And yeah, I mean, just no fun. A lot of unfortunate weather recently. And yeah, hopefully it all settles down. I know it was very cold for a while there in the US. It is, after all, January. And hopefully it turns a little warmer, a little brighter real soon. Definitely here in Japan, we have fairly short days still. I think it's getting to sunset at like 4:30 or 5 o'clock each day. But it doesn't feel quite as bad as it did in the US. And I think it might just because it's not quite as cold. I'm not sure though. Still figuring it out. Pepper, you're interested in sleeping 6 and 7, 8, 9. Yeah. This is a big difference between me and my younger brother when we were both kids. I would want to go to bed earlier in the evening and the night, and then get up fairly early, where he was someone who could easily sleep until 12, 1, 2 in the afternoon. And I just didn't know how he would do it. For me, once the sun's up, I often do get up. And that's pretty good. Jackie, you do the best work between 11 and 6 a.m. Yeah, I know this is one of the things that people just differ. There's what the night owl and the is it day eagle? I never remember what the other side is. When you all tell me every single time, night owl and day sparrow, day blue jay, morning something, morning dove. Whatever that is, though, I'm one of those. And I think it's something that's like fundamental, and maybe it is possible to act contrary to it, but I just feel so much better in the early morning. Early bird. So that's in the idiom, right? The idiom is what? The early bird gets the worm, which is so profoundly violent when I think about it. The early bird rips this poor creature from the ground, feeding itself and its young. But I think there's some other word for the other half of night owl. It may be a fairly recent coining, a neologism, but I'm not sure. You always have the night owl trait? Yeah, RimWorld. Ugh, don't worry, the playthrough's fine. We have some excitement in the upcoming playthrough in RimWorld. Hope you look forward to it for sure. Alright, I think that's all the stories I got. Really nothing much happened since the last we were together, other than fretting about the upcoming semester. As I always say, when the new semester is becoming, that's right, it's coming into being. I never quite know what students I'm going to get. I'm not sure how they're going to be. I'm not sure how to react to me. I've definitely had some semesters where we just never quite gel as a class. It's always a little awkward throughout. But gotta be optimistic, gotta be hopeful, and it's strange. Unlike this channel and other associations with people, where if they're not having a good time or I'm not having a good time, you can just walk away, you can hit the X button and go find another stream. My students are stuck with me, so hopefully make it work. I'm sure we will. Hey, Tutu, how's it going? Have I checked out a Huberman podcast? No. Unfortunately, I'm very, very bad at podcast listing. Even if I say I'll check out a podcast, I almost never get around to it. I don't know why that is. Like, podcasts seem like they should be great for me, right? It's a way of taking in information a little less actively, a little more passively. But for whatever reason, podcasts and I almost never gel terribly well, unless it's like really, really story-based. So the various podcasts from Serial and then S-Town, like for me, are the high watermark what a podcast can be. And so it's less of the sort of episodic, today we interview this person or we discuss this idea, and more how a story develops over multiple episodes. I love those. Yeah, I think I do better taking in like factive information that I need to remember later via reading, and then storytelling for me auditorially is better probably. I'm not sure on that. Hey, Future Proof! Thank you very much indeed for the generous resubscription. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. I'm enjoying you being here too. Thank you for your kindness for sure. Monster Joy asks, am I changing anything in how I approach this semester versus the last one? Yeah, so there are a couple big changes, one of which is this semester I am not taking attendance at all. On day one, I'm going to say attendance is between you and your respective deity, And if you're not here, it's going to be hard for you to do well in the course. But last semester, I said, you get like 5 excused absences, and then after that, I'm going to mark down 1% per each, blah, blah. And it was horrible. Like, I don't call roll. Like, it feels like wasted time to stand there and say, Bobby, here, sir. Right. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. So what I usually do instead is just do it myself, looking around the room. But then students come in later, or students aren't in the room during attendance time, and then come back from the restroom, and it really throws me off to have to constantly worry about attendance here and there and there. And so I don't know. I think this semester we're going to do no attendance, though I'm being more explicit about what I mean by participation in the course. So last semester, something like 15% of my grade was participation overall. And on the first day, we had a big conversation in class of the many ways that one could participate. It's not just being a show-off and announcing this, that, and the other over and over, but also active learning and being a good interlocutor in small groups and so on. And this is fine. But midway through the semester last time, I had the students do a self-evaluation on participation. And even the students who had rarely been there, and who had been so disengaged and not taking notes and just weren't on board with the project of the class, said they deserved at minimum a B+. Now, if you don't know the American grading system, a B+ is towards the top of the possible grades. And so I went to the students and I said, look, this is not true. You're just not evaluating yourself honestly. And it became this weird argument that's like, whoa, man, you don't know what I'm thinking about. I'm always thinking about your class. I do all the reading. And it's just not true. So this semester, I've decided to have really explicit 0, 1, 2, 3 grading. Where 0 is if you do not attend or if you are totally disengaged throughout, including in small groups. A 1 is you're engaged in the small group. A 2 is you're engaged in the small groups and present and make some contribution to the bigger conversation. And then the 3 is you're really there. You're helping conversation, you're benefiting everybody, etc., etc., etc. And so there is still a preference towards those who speak, who engage more explicitly actively, but most importantly to me, the people who are not there at all can't argue they deserve all the points. But yeah, I'll absolutely agree that attendance grading is just not for me. So that's the big change. Other than that, I have some more small scaffolding assignments, which I really dislike, but I think they'll help the students to figure out what they want to argue more clearly. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Keen Wolf, it's good seeing you. How you doing? And Tutu, you have some ideas on the Huberman podcast about neurobiology. Awesome. And includes more things about early birds, what they receive from their early routines. I should go learn about myself. What do I benefit from getting up in the morning? Other than more time to do things. Attendance is an easy metric. It's true. Yeah, it's a binary, right? You're there or you're not there. And there's good arguments for nudging, right? For the sense that if you require attendance and keep close track of it, then students are incentivized to show up, and by showing up, they might do somewhat better. And I take his argument very seriously. I think it's a good way of encouraging good habits, but just can't be bothered. Just can't be bothered to do that kind of policing today and or this semester. So we'll see what happens. It's possible that all of my students will fail and I'll end up standing in a room talking to the wall 3 times a week. And if that happens, we'll definitely rethink things. But one thing I like about teaching the same class repeatedly is I can do these little experiments. I can try out different senses of what we might do differently from time to time and eventually create the perfect class for all of time. But, as people are suggesting, Daigle, it's good to see you, things change other than just the students who are there. This chat GPT thing has got academia all a Twitter, all a worried. So if you don't know, there's a new freely available AI chatbot that's able to work not just in producing interesting conversation, but is able to give a whole bunch of paragraphs or poems or anything you ask for in ways that are not amazing, but are pretty darn impressive anyway. Noms is a Latinist. She teaches Latin and Roman culture in general, and her subfield's all Twitter because a professor put into the ChatGPT an assignment on how to do something with verbs in Latin, and ChatGPT filled out the assignment perfectly and then gave a fairly compelling argument about how something worked. That probably would not have been A+, was probably a B- or straight B or so. And so the Chronicle of Higher Education, right, that the big journal for professors has raised the alarm, is higher education as we knew it over. And I don't want to be reactionary like that. I don't want to be too quick to believe the sky is falling. But I think it's requiring a bunch of professors to think very seriously about what they want their students to be able to do, other than just responding directly to questions. I don't know. I think in my class, I try very hard to, usually, to have the students tell me a story from their own life that illustrates the point they're making, which shows not only that they understand what's happening on their own words or on their own terms, but also shows how it applies beyond the classroom. Very important to me. But apparently ChatGPT, if you say, hey, give me an essay on the meaning of democracy for John Rawls, and tell me a story about why this matters to me, or whatever, it'll give you a compelling account. It's not just here are the pure facts, beep boop, beep boop, but also the simulation of a student's individual experience. And so it's really hard to know what to do with that, right? And my answer, which I'm going to talk to my students about today, is exactly that, future-proof: oral exams. And this is a phrase that is terrifying. The people learn about oral exams, what they think that means is you're going to stand up in front of the class, and I'm going to say, give me 15 minutes explaining the history of philosophy from blah to blah. And that, of course, is terrifying, especially if you're not allowed to have notes, because it's possibly put on the spot in some awful way. When I say oral exams, though, what I mean is you come to my office hours. I will give you a glass of tea or water or whatever you want, and let's just talk, right? Let's just talk through some ideas. And maybe ahead of time I'll say the kind of ideas I want to talk about are these ones here. And what I like about this is then it's just a conversation. And sure, the conversation is graded, but I love the idea that I can then help the students along, right? I can say, let's talk about democracy or whatever. And then I say, I didn't quite understand what you said here. Could you rephrase that? And we can have the back and forth then, as opposed to just, here is the paper that's maybe been written by me, maybe has not. Hard to say. You're always getting for 5 questions in a conference room. Yeah. My graduate program didn't have explicit oral exams. We did have to do a oral defense of our various long theses and so on, but yeah, I just want to have a conversation. See how it goes. You guess in Japan, oral exam and presentations are terrifying. Yeah, I mean, it's the case that even my American students, both here and back in the States, really dislike the idea of oral exams. They felt there's so much pressure on the first day, especially because they don't see me as a person. This is the number one hump I have to get over every single semester. On day 1, I say, "Hi, I'm Resorty. I'm just some guy." And they laugh, and I explain why this is really, really important for them to see. Because yes, I'm the professor. Yes, I set the grades. But in the same way that you don't get afraid of the cashier, when the cashier is scanning your things and then asking you for a certain amount of money, you shouldn't be afraid of me, because I am explaining things to you and want to talk about them, and that's that. But especially the Japanese students and the Asian students in general have such an acceptance of hierarchies. They feel so comfortable with, you are the boss, I am the inferior, you tell me, it's terrible. So we'll see how it goes. Pepper, you're afraid of the cashier. Okay, I won't say the cashier then. I'll say the Twitch streamer. The Twitch streamer. Twitch streamer is just some guy. He's there to make jokes. This is not true, of course, when it comes to teaching. But yeah, I think that the introduction of AI chatbots does require a real rethinking of what college is for. I mean, as we talked about last week with Noms here, so much about the culture and higher ed requires thinking about what it's all for. And you're going to hear me blather through that 6 days a week, as I'll be thinking about it quite a bit during the semester. We'll see. Pepper, for self-checkout, yeah, I go back and forth on this. Because on the one hand, I also am afraid of people. I don't want to say you're afraid of people, but I'm definitely afraid of people. And like, I try very hard to avoid certain social interactions, because I don't want it to be awkward, et cetera, et cetera. And so I want to use the self-checkout and just go beep, 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 here's the money. And then the machine says thank you, and that is fine. And I say thank you back to the machine, and we're done. But I realize that self-checkout machines are putting people out of work. And it's probably inevitable, and I can't stanch the bleeding myself. But yeah, I don't like that, right? I don't like the idea that my choices to avoid interaction with people is helping people lose their jobs. So my like political opinions and conceptions of what's good run aground on my anxiety. So we'll see. If there's a cashier you like dropping the O, it must be free. Don't do that. I was once a cashier, and there were people who thought they were clever coming up with original jokes about scanning and things being free, and or the other ones. I don't remember. There's so many like repeated jokes you hear every single shift, and you have to go, ha ha, good one, as if you've never heard it before. I don't know. Hello, Storm. It might just be an arts question. When you studied for science, there were no grading conversations. I'm not quite sure what you mean. If you mean in terms of like, in the sciences, there are objective answers, beep, boop, beep, boop, possibly. I want to believe seriously there's creativity in science also. There has to be, or else we would never advance in our knowledge of things. But my sense is with things like ChatGPT, it can also give answers to, questions that are purely factive. Yeah, I don't know. A lot to think about, we'll see. Hopefully it's not just a philosophy thing, though. But I want to reject this sort of, like, arts of making stuff up, mathematics, true facts, right? But who knows. Anyway, I feel like we should play some video games. I'm enjoying the chit-chat as always, but gotta make some progress in the games. Because like I said, this is probably the last week of Dwarf Fortress, and, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, Mr. Orange, good seeing you today. Let's push this button here and see if we can make some progress on our little fort. We have one big goal for today. The one big goal is that I would like to create a library. This is the thing we worked on yesterday. To do what I want to do, I need to make a bunch of limestone blocks. And so today, one thing we're going to do early is have more people get devoted to limestone making. And we'll make a beautiful library, and we'll lock our intellectuals into it, and it'll become the most important part of our base very quickly. So I'm sure it's the case that dwarves want to have like important miners and gem crafters, where Zordy wants the intellectual class very quickly. And you can learn a lot about me by hearing that fact. How would I compare Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld? That's a big question. It's a very big question. Dwarf Fortress came out first. Dwarf Fortress comes first in the alphabet before RimWorld. I mean, right, so on the one hand you can say Dwarf Fortress was there first. It is the progenitor game for games like RimWorld. This is true. I prefer RimWorld, I'm sorry, but it's primarily because it feels like the story is more in your face, and it's easier to focus on the particular lives and issues of individual characters. And I really care about that. I like being able to think about stories at the level of individual choices, individual consequences, etc., as opposed to this like giant story of here comes a fortress. Now, I know it's the case that you can limit the number of characters that go into your fortress, but at default settings, you get 200 of them. And though it is possible to zoom in and look at just one character and say, oh, okay, this is Bilbo here. That's right, it's a dwarf named Bilbo. And Bilbo cares about fancy furniture and everything made of zinc, etc. It's just really hard to care at that level about every single character. And so either you elect a hero for the playthrough and just follow them around, or it gets very ant farmy. And I think for me, when games become ant farmy, they're just not as much fun. If they purport to be story-based games, right? If it's just Factorio, where the story really is like make more grabber things, or the story is ensure that the coal moves from here to there, like a train game, I don't really need a story. But for a base building story game, I need the story to be pushed on me in some way instead of having to dig for it myself. So that's one big difference for me. You've never played Dwarf Fortress, you have played RimWorld. Yeah, I think, probably RimWorld's the friendlier game to get started on. Its tutorial helps a little bit more with how to actually play the game. But they're very different classes, right? They're very, very different games, and I can think people get a lot of pleasure out of both of them. I think that RimWorld players on the whole are much more positive towards Dwarf Fortress than like big-time Dwarf Fortress players are towards RimWorld. Anytime I play RimWorld after playing DF, often people will come in and say, this game does not have multiple levels, why would you even play it? Like, the flatness of RimWorld really bothers them. And I'm kind of a, hey man, it's copacetic, play whatever you want to play person. But people do have very, very strong feelings about the great glory that is Dwarf Fortress. Hey Karki, you find that some characters eventually come to the forefront in Dwarf Fortress. That's cool. I hope that happens for me. At this point, the person who's come to the foremost is my Baron. And that's been kind of cool. The Captain of the Guard, maybe also. But as of right now, I'm having trouble with keeping an eye on them and their concerns while also making the rest of the base do absolutely anything. It might come down to playstyle. Content in Dwarves Lives doesn't go well with streaming. Yeah, I think Dwarf Fortress is a game where if I'm not very careful, it just reduces to, I am pushing a button. I am pushing a button without a tremendous amount of attention to like tell me a good story. And I've struggled with that in this game more than most others I play. So, it's good. It's good. I'm enjoying it, but I recognize it has some pitfalls for sure. Okay, let's go ahead and continue our active game, see what is what. Jim is why you prefer FM, characters of individuality. Yeah, with Football Manager, you're limited to, 20 characters at most, 22 characters, and you can really zoom in on them. And like, though it's the case that characters don't have much in the way of explicit personality, you have the same conversations over and over again. In Football Manager, it still feels like you can think about them as real individuals. Where in Dwarf Fortress, often it's, here is Stonecutter number 47. What do they care about? I don't care. And some of them I'm not sure I need to care with that, but who knows. Todd Broccoli, you like the idea of picking a hero. Yeah, so in old Dwarf Fortress, pre-Steam, there was a mode that is coming to new Dwarf Fortress, which you may know about, called Adventurer Mode. In Adventure Mode, you really do play as just one character. And you go and inhabit the big world of Dwarf Fortress and wander about and do whatever you want to do as one character. Whenever that comes out on Steam, we'll definitely play at least one playthrough of that. When I tried it on the old version of Dwarf Fortress, it was a disaster. I did not know what I was doing. I was just pushing buttons, and I think we died to, like, necromancers. And that was that. You wonder if limiting one's population to 20 would change things. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder what the game is balanced around. Obviously, there are a lot of jobs that need doing in a game like this. And so if you had only 10 people, 20 people, would they all get done successfully? It's probably a trade-off, right? A trade-off between what your dwarves' needs are and what kind of quickness you want your base to develop at. So that's that. Okay, the hero of the playthrough. This guy flashing angrily, saying, I have no feet. It's true. Unib here is our Baron. He's been doing pretty well. He's had needs to go pray for a very long time. The way we've dealt with this is we've locked him inside of his home. He is not allowed to ever go outside. We're eventually going to give him a workshop because he's in fact a legendary level bone carver. And so we'd like very much to let him carve some bones consistently, and that'll keep him happy. Because as of recently, he's been furious, so hopefully we can fix that. All right, Balian, how's it going, my friend? Thank you so much for the raid host. Playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Haven't played it yet. I've heard some good things. Very much enjoyed RD1. Bunch of fun. Folks don't know Balian. Met him a long time ago playing some Skyrim. The Skyrim directory was so friendly to us when we first played that game. Like, I think RimWorld for me is the friendliest directory where people really want to support each other. But Skyrim was so cool. Like, the number of people who came by and was like, hi, I see you're playing Skyrim for the first time. It came out 15 years ago. Why are you doing this? It was nice. Anyway, Balian, awesome seeing you. Nick, thanks for the follow. It's good having you here. We were playing a little game known as Dwarf Fortress. It is not an attractive game, but it's a beautiful game deep down inside. How long ago was this Skyrim playthrough? I have no idea. You could say it was 7 years ago, and I believe you. It was probably 3 or 4 years ago. But it's been a long time. It's been a very long time. Okay, we're playing a game called Dwarf Fortress. I've not seen it before. It's a very old, but also new, eternally young fortress building game. And you take care of individual characters while building a giant fortress. And there are wandering chickens. The end. Like I said, I would like to give my little Baron a workstation. So I'm going to do that while I'm thinking about it. And we'll then have someone consistently bring him bones to do bone carving. Now, I don't really know how bone carving works yet. I don't think we've done any of it in the playthrough. Let's learn on that. So, it's a craft job, I'm almost certain. We'll throw it there, and we'll ask for it made out of hunks of claystone, because they're right nearby, and there'll be no problems there. Some people have become blacksmiths, awesome. People are sparring for practice, awesome. And my weaver needs unrotten fats. Where on earth will we find some unrotten fat? What in the base has extraneous fat? Giant pile of animals. What are these? What are these little cuties down here? Fat producers, yes indeed. Hi Talion, it's good seeing you. Life today is pretty good. As I mentioned in the opening, I do have a somewhat scary thing today. It's not really scary. It's just a haircut. I need to take a haircut in Japanese. And that's going to be, something. All right. So if I want to deliver bones here, I believe bones are explicitly a refuse item, and I don't know if refuse items are allowed to go inside of buckets. So they may only be able to bring him one bone at a time, and if so, that would be very, very, very awkward. So let's see. Bones. All of them. This area is allowed to have, I assume they go into bins, if anything. So I'm going to say this is the done first. Baron's bucket of bones. Baron's bucket of bees. That's right. Maximum alliteration happening right here. And when he is done making whatever we want to make, I don't know what we're going to do next. So let's figure out what kind of things the Baron should make when he has available items. So something involving bone. There's decorating with bone. I don't know if bone carving is decoration or making things. Last Skyrim stream was May 4th of 2017. That was almost 6 years ago. Almost 6 years ago? Oh my goodness. That's hard to even think about. I remember that one Skyrim stream was genuinely me just blacksmithing. I think I had spent the stream prior primarily focused on getting more and more iron ore or something. And then it was 4 hours. It was 4 hours of just creating knives or axes or something and trying to keep it interesting. Because at a certain point, there was nothing more to talk about. It was just, let me make a new axe. Let me smelt some more iron. And I kept saying, like, oh, maybe I should go do a quest to try to keep things interesting. But then I said, no, I just need to keep on making more and more daggers. I think we may have hit the top level of smithing that day. Yeah, who knows? All right, I think decorating with bone would be kind of a problem because this would require us to bring items to the Baron to do decoration. So we know that our Baron likes crowns, and so I'm going to make him a bunch of crowns, and we will decorate the room with crowns. Now, with that said, we can make bone crowns that are decorated with bones. Something for Skeletor to wear. Let's try that. So, we're going to make bone crowns when there are no bone crowns available. I mean, she's saying bone crowns for a while. Oh, shoot. Oh, this is the annoying part. So you can't just say make... Yeah, you can't just say make them out of bone simply. You have to say what kind of bone. And that's not right. That's not what I want. How to do this instead? Okay, available crowns are those that are not being used. As of right now, I have no crowns at all in the base that are not being used. They are sitting on display. So if there are no crowns available... I wonder if he only checks inside of his home, or if he looks throughout the entire base. Okay. This job appears to look throughout the entire base, because currently there are none in his home. Now, I wonder if the Baron can't go and get the bone, if he'll then fail this job, or try again the next day. We're hoping that Hollows bring them regularly. I'm not sure. Hey, Kurt, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. How's it going today? We're having a lovely one wherever in the world you are. We're here in Japan, which is still weird to say. I wonder if it'll ever not be weird to say that. Because it feels like this room is the same as every other stream room I've ever been in. But they keep changing. We're going to try this. So if there is more than one bone part available to you, then make as many crowns as you can. We'll see how that works. And that's a job that's only available at this desk here. And I'm going to say the only person who can work here is the Baron himself. Cool. Holy moly, Shen! Shenward's good seeing you, my friend. Where are you playing today? I know I saw you play in F1 Manager a while back, and I don't know what you've been playing recently, but friends, if you don't know Shen, long-time friend of the channel, plays a lot of absolutely wonderful strategy-based games. Playing a game called Stellaris. There was a newer update recently, wasn't there? Hope it's going well. But welcome, Shen viewers. I'm Resorty. We're playing Dwarf Fortress very, very, very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. Hello to Siroth and David and BVS and Shen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You start with TTS read walls of text. Wait, is Shen using text-to-speech to read the blocks of text? Because the amount of time I've spent in Stellaris reading the exact same stories, the exact same events, is far too high. Hello, Grin. Is a hot dog a sandwich? It depends on how you define sandwich and how you define hot dog. Like every other philosophical problem, it's just how do you define things? Delighted to see that a bin did get there. So I'm now going to believe that bins are able to hold trash, notably bones. Maybe that's true. We'll check that out later. Alright, so far we've only looked at this page. We've done absolutely nothing past that. Let's go look at some other things. So we've been working on getting more and more ammunition in this pile right here. Because there's currently a bug in the game where archers will only pick up ammunition from the floor, not from boxes. And so I wonder where else there's ammunition, because we had more bolts than this, I think. So look at the big stockpile and just try to find this one. That one's already there. Super. Oh, no it's not. So yesterday we were trying to solve this, and I could not figure out how to do so. If anyone has any good ideas, please let me know. So the end condition I need is for ammunition to be on the ground in this area. And this area does not allow any bins. Cool. This bin here is full of ammunition. And I would like very much for the ammunition to go from here to here. Now this stockpile is an ammo stockpile. And I believe I set it up to, I did. It should be pushing things inside of it to here. That's what this sign means. but I don't know if it'll push the individual arrows, bolts, or if it's trying to push the entire box and can't do so. Does anyone have some ideas? Because I think I spent a long time yesterday trying to figure this one out and just could not do so. And this is the fun of Dwarf Fortress, right? That you can try very hard to do things correctly and just get confused. Hello, Danny. How's it going? Good to have you here. Thanks for the Prime sub. You're glad to see I've moved on from smelting iron on Twitch and now play games that do not include blacksmithing. Yeah. Luckily in this game, I do more than just stand and do blacksmithing, but there is a lot of blacksmithing still. But thanks for the Prime sub. I sure do appreciate it. Bins only work with certain items. I agree. It definitely is the case that ammo is allowed inside of bins. As you see here, it's an ammo bin with ammo inside of it. The question is, how do we get it onto the floor here? And that is the challenge. Eventually, I'm going to say, like, I'll do a giveaway for something to the person who solves this problem. I just haven't figured out what I'm going to give away yet. How about that? If you solve this problem for me, I will give you a gift sub. That's right, subscriptions, ad-free for a whole month. Unless you already have one, in which case I will gift sub to the community. There you go. Please solve the problem. I'm now bribing you. All right. Have a pop-up here that deep in the pits, we have found more gems and such. This is the pit. The pit is on level 15 right now. Though I think we began digging down farther yesterday. Have I tried moving the stockpile that has the bin? I think so. I think I did. I'm happy to try it again, though, and see. So yesterday we did go ahead and mark down farther. We have elevation of 10 also dug down to. And I may have gone all the way down to level 0. No, I got to level 5. I do want to mark level 5 for digging out also. Also, now that I saw that Shen is playing Stellaris, I'm considering our game next week should be Stellaris or CK3. I think next week will probably be either a brand new game we've never played before, or it will be a Paradox game. I'm not sure which one. All right, so if I destroy... What is it again? Here? Yes. No. Down 2 more. If I destroy this zone, then I believe this is the only place in the whole wide world that accepts ammunition. So select zone, destroy. I'm going to make sure that my main stockpile doesn't. It'd be the one other place that could. It does not allow ammunition at all. Not even a little bit. And so with that destroyed, we'll see what happens. My fear is they're going to grab the bin and dump it into here, refusing the order that says no bins allowed. But we'll see. For science thing, I should play a game I'd never normally play. I have streamed CSGO before, and people found it very funny for about 15 minutes, and then realized I'm profoundly bad at first-person shooters, to the point that's actually no fun to watch. So, I don't know. I'm happy to say at some point I'll play a ridiculous game, maybe with like a tip or sub reward setup, but for right now I'm not quite sure. Because he's stockpile setting for the one on the floor. Absolutely. So no bins allowed. And then ammo, all slaughter bolts of every kind of material and quality, and this and that, etc. Red Dead 2 is fantastic. Can that be played on computer now, or is it only on consoles? We do have a PS4, and so I can hook that up again. But sure, maybe we should use like some sort of first-person game or story game. The problem with story games always is it's very hard for viewers to watch them unless they can lock in and see the whole story. And our viewers tend to bounce in and out. It's a little harder. You can play it on PC? All right, maybe in the future we'll do that. When I started this streaming thing, I was a variety streamer. We played the same kinds of, or different kind of games every single day of the week. And at some point I got locked on strategy games. I've enjoyed it for sure, but we'll see. You can hook a controller up to the PC. I probably should do that. In the US I had a What's it called? In the US, I had a game. Nope, that's not an Xbox controller, which I really liked. But I think its cord got frayed somehow. I'll need to buy a new one here. I think I ended up throwing it in the trash or something like that. Or only used bolts, possibly. All right, let's go see if those are used bolts. And who knows? There's a question a bit ago about have I found any caves yet? I don't think so. I don't quite know what a cave is, but it's been more or less solid all the way down consistently. We did find an aquifer up a few levels, up many levels. Where even is that? I used to think where the aquifer was quote unquote down deep. Yeah, here we go. We've done a little well for ourselves at level 36, and that's not all that far down, I believe. Is it possible to use bolts? How do I find out if these are used bolts or non-used bolts? They're not marked as trash? We'll see if they go somewhere, though. We'll come back on that a bit. Another Baroness who lives with us has imposed a ban on some exports. What does she not want me to send out? No battle axes, no warhammers, no bolts. That's good. I need the bolts for myself. Oh, with that said, though, shoot. Yesterday we had a visit from our Dwarven friends, and they asked us to make something for them. We can look this up ourselves. Here, civilizations. Here we go. So the dwarves would like us to make for them for next year quivers and metal bars. Cool. And they'll bring us various coal things to keep our industry going more and more. We still have the ability to cut down 20 more trees before the elves get angry. So every time I think of that, I immediately go cut down some trees. And yesterday someone encouraged me to make sure the trees are fully grown before you cut them down. Apparently I was cutting down tiny little stumps instead, and those were counting as full trees. So those are both full. Maybe try a separate stockpile that only accepts refuse ammunition. I'll give that a shot in just a second here and see what happens. Did not know that ammunition could be refuse. I assumed that like only broken ammunition would be that, but we'll see. Okay, so down a little bit to here, and we'll try a stockpile just in the corner here for now for refuse ammunition. Which, I mean, I will cancel what I've done. Alright, so not going to name it. It's not real. No bins such allowed. Good. Only allowing ammunition. How do we do this? How do we do this? Refuse ammunition. Or it might be a refuse thing instead. Down here, refuse ammunition. Okay, let's see how this goes. I think this is what we're looking for. We then want to say no bins and such, still marked as such. All right, cool. We'll see what comes of it. All right, what are the other things I wanted to do today? Why are there bins in this stockpile? Why are there bins in this stockpile? Friends? Friends? This said 0 not 20 minutes ago. If you touch a menu at all, it sets the stockpile to max bins and barrels. Well, time to uninstall Dwarf Fortress. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Alright. We're gonna ignore this for a moment. Surely they'll figure it out. Touch nothing. But now all of my bolts are back in the boxes. They need to be on the floor if my archers use them. My archers here have ammo. Have ammo. It's made of dog bone, but they have ammo. Wait, do you all have ammo? No, just the one dude apparently. But one dude has ammo. Oh, we're getting closer. Oh, this game is the death of me. All right, so I want to go check out what we worked on yesterday, what I want to continue working on today. So right here, we have a grand entrance. There's some junk on the ground there. Let's unforbid this. They should empty them and take the bins. We will see what happens. We have a lovely trading area. Nice-oo. And then over here, a nice little tavern. Big fan of that. And then I want to fill this in so it looks a little nicer. So let's go ahead and just put in, bit by bit, the clay stone on the ground. Cool. And then we can also put in the ones that are right there. Tiny little improvements. And then downstairs, we have the library floor. So this is going to be a barracks for a militia we're in the process of training right now. Their sworn duty, their solemn requirement, their only job in this base is to protect the library. Now, as you see, the library is 2 bookshelves and a bunch of promises. I'm hoping we get this made beautifully today. Are you assigned here? No. What I'm planning to do eventually is I'm going to make a burrow that is just this room, and we're going to have an order of monks who are never allowed to leave. And we're going to give them a dining room and some little cells to live in. As some of you know, a few years back, actually it's been a while now, so maybe very few people know. A few years back, I spent an entire month living in a monastery, acting as if I were a monk. It was one of the best experiences of my entire life. And I'm going to try to organize this building as if it were the monastery in which I lived. It was a really, really cool experience. They can cultivate mushrooms? Exactly right. Yeah, the major industry of the monastery where I lived was mushrooms. And I learned all about how to grow mushrooms. And it was pretty cool. Yeah, in real life, not in a video game. I actually do things away from my stream. Yeah, it was a Cistercian monastery in the US, and it was awesome. It was a really great experience. I learned a lot about myself and about the world, and at one point I was writing a book based on it, but then COVID happened. It was very hard to do things I wanted to do for the book, and so since then haven't done as much. All right, only 4 limestone blocks. Like I said, I need scads limestone blocks here. I'm gonna go check that out. However, Alexandrite. That is a new thing to me. What is Alexandrite? It is a gem. It shines like Alexander the Great's eyes, or something of that sort. Okay, and this is at level 5. Have we dug down to 0 yet? No. Alright, continue with the staircase down. 2, 3, 4, 5. I've been told that level 0 is not anything in particular. It's just exciting to me to see this thing fall to 0, and then to negatives beyond that. So we'll see what we find way down. A Faker, I assume, or Fakwir, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm not going to mark anything else here. We're going to dig wildly at level 0. And so here, I'm not even going to do lines. Like, I'll start with that, I guess. But then, let's just see what we find. And will I regret digging like this? Possibly. But I do not know enough about the game yet to actually worry about this. No. I changed the... Did I change the? I didn't change the. I was worried I'd change the staircase into mining straight away instead. Good. Alexandrite changes color based on light? Wow. Yeah, I know so very little about gems. I had a friend back in my last school who's a geologist, and he loved telling me all about gems and minerals and how phosphate works. Hey, what's this? The thing you all have been waiting for has finally happened. You've discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. This feels like it could be a very exciting moment. This could be a lot of fun. Or it could be horrible. So let's make sure we're paused. And where'd that happen? Where'd that happen? Okay, I definitely need to change the pit level because it's no longer correct. Hello. What's all this then? Native silver. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. Jasper opal clusters. Ooh. Harlequin opals. Spider webs? This is a concern. I assume it's the case that where there are spider webs, there are spiders. However, it looks like this world just stops. Unless it goes down. Oh, it goes down. Oh, it goes down. Okay. So, I wonder if it's the case that... Alright, so the area that I marked out, let's dig out everything, is actually part of a cave that does go on for a while, doesn't it? Wait, I'm confused. 1 second. So, level 2 is up. Level 1 is down. So level 0, I marked out a bunch of stuff. We're going to remove all of that so we don't do anything stupid. In Smolin. Okay, did I get it all? No, certainly not. Certainly not. I believe I removed all that now. So I'm going to go back to where my staircase is, which is... there. And I think I might not want to dig anything else out quite yet. Though I do see that this staircase goes into open space. I worry, I guess. Is it possible for my dwarves to throw themselves off that staircase? Let's go ahead and just stop all this and have maybe just one staircase down to there. Or perhaps no staircases. Because I'm guessing as of right now, it's not possible for any like terrifying beasties down here to climb up my staircase. There are flying creatures. Can my little dwarves get some jetpacks? Probably not. Hey, Slivers, how the heck is it going, my friend? Thank you for the 60 months. The 5 years of tier 3 subbing. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for generously being part of our community for a very, very long time. Hope you're having a good time watching your awesome games done quick this year. I know it's being done online instead of in person, but thank you, Slivers, for being part of the community all the way through. That's too many months. Too many months. Diamonds. Okay, so this is mud, and this is open space, and this is quartz. Let's scroll down 1 and see what's at level 0. So much more open space. Alerts not alerting? Wait, really? Thank you for mentioning that. There you go. There you go. There's a little Slivers getting the potato tie. There's a little jump in the circle. We don't look at this. Looking at my own alerts upsets me so much. I'm okay with you all seeing them, but I just can't do it. So I think it popped up just fine. Strange it didn't before, but Slivers, thank you again for your generosity. Alright, so still mud here. Alright, so mud up top, and then mud below. I haven't seen any spiders yet, but I wonder if it's the case, like the goblin snatchers, that in the cave area, things can't be searched for immediately. No. So either there's literally nothing in this cave, or I just don't know about it yet. I may just send the dwarf scouting party down. Hello. Okay, I take that back. So there definitely is a cave spider. So I'm not able to select this character. Where most other characters, if I left click on them, we got to pop up what this thing is. Now, I'm assuming immediately that this is hostile to me. So I've played enough Dungeons and Dragons inspired games to know that. But I don't know. I don't know. And now that I've seen that, it still is not on my list here. Maybe I need to unpause upload it. Cave spiders are vermin, very small animals, no danger. I don't believe you. I'm sure you're not leading me astray, but I've been led astray enough times by people in chat that that's not true. That's just not true. All right. Like a snail? But you know the old party game, right? If somewhere in the universe is a snail of infinite life who moves at normal snail speed, and if it kills you, if it touches you even once, you die. What would you do to avoid the snail getting you? That is the question here. What's this? Zircon. Wow, and Gabbro. What on earth is Gabbro? I don't know. There's a lot to explore down here is what I'm seeing. And I don't know. It keeps going down. Okay. So to safely get down from level to level, I should probably dig some kind of staircase in the wall wherever my staircase starts. I should make a save spot for what this is. So we're going to do F5 as cave entrance. Cool. Over one step, could dig down. However, it's open space. I wonder if I dig this out, if it'll be open space underneath then. So maybe at this level, we should dig over to where there's solid ground. I worry that my dwarf will get mud on their shoes and be displeased. But let's go ahead and do that. And someone said there's flying monsters. So maybe it'd be smarter for us to actually seal this back up. And then a safer level, which I'm hoping is here, dig on over and have a safer entrance that's... Yeah, safer entrance is a door to ensure that nothing flying goes through it. At one point we had, Kaas suddenly get in the base, and they stole stuff. But they didn't steal dwarves' lives. Okay, if I destroy that, or can I just put can I put a floor piece right where it is? I may need to dig it out first. Let's see. No, you have to destroy that first. Okay. So no more stairs allowed. I've unpaused the game. Having unpaused the game for a moment, do things show up now? They still don't. We'll make this highest possible priority. Here, that, highest priority. Seal her up. I'm simultaneously really excited for all the treasure here, but also really worried about what we're going to find beneath. Something moved. Am I see? Oh, there it is. It's just another tiny cave spider. But I'm guessing with all this web, there must be like a mama spider also who wants to protect its babies. Maybe. Right. Before I found that cave, I was talking about trying to work on the library area. And to do that, I want more limestone. And so I'm going to go down to this level, where limestone is being turned into bricks, here allegedly, and figure out why Rovod is not working. Rovod is there allegedly working, that's good. Now, this here is making claystone. We don't really need that right now. So I'm going to change this one over to just make more limestone blocks. And then assign someone to do that forever and always. If I don't have an army, don't be bothering with caves. I have one really well-trained militia group of 10 people, 9 people now, the 10th one's a recruit. I have another militia group that's primarily peasants and farmers. They'll get their barracks real soon, I promise. I don't know how big of an army one needs to feel safe in the caves. I could imagine doing very conservative here and just like waiting until I have 50 dwarves, all of whom are mace lords. But where would the fun in that be? Okay, barracks near the caves is not a bad idea. I think my worry, as always, is if I make some kind of base really far down, then I probably also need to give them all sorts of food and water and a whole nother city down there. We'll see what happens. Is there a worker assigned? There's not. So we get another stone carver who just does this forever. And someone who's a peasant, ideally, or maybe another farmer person will learn this. Got a lot of fisher workers and very, very few fish. Hello, peasant! You get selected. Okay, and then you just say that you're on that job. I think. So, stone cutting. They may all be at top already, let's see. Okay, where's the peasant? Oh, do I think I've lost him? I should have marked him here first, probably. Well, this is everybody does it. That one character's locked in to do only assigned jobs. That's not right. Tholtig, I need to make sure that you are only doing this. So where is Tholtig? Can I organize them by name here? Certainly not. Certainly not. All right. I don't remember what level he was. He may have been dabbling or something. I caught. Oh gosh. All the names start blurring together after a moment. If you told me I missed him, I'd absolutely believe you. It's strange how attention works, right? The example I often use in class is there's a clock ticking, and we don't notice it until I mention it. It's awesome how human minds cause us to like really quickly ignore things that are not essential to the situation. Then you mention it, it suddenly is essential to the situation, and it's very hard to forget that afterwards. Same thing as like the standard "you are now manually breathing" lines, right? Where we're breathing all the time, but we rarely notice it. Okay, something just popped up that I wanted to think about. I have no idea what it was, though. Limestone should be made. Right. I noticed my food's getting low, and I don't know why. I think it's because I've stopped using drinks for food. Like the drink list has gone up straight when I went ahead and stopped using drinks in the kitchen. We had some fishing happening previously. I think I marked a fishing spot over here. That may not be true, though. What are you? What's this zone right? This is drinking zone. Okay, I don't know if you can fish in a brook. Let's find out. Because we definitely have, like, fisher folks. I figure should be fishing, but maybe they're not at all. Cool. That's the cancel button. That's looks cool. Hey, Doug, how you doing? And walking downstairs, yeah. Like I remember seeing a video of an experiment some years back in which a person made like a head-mounted camera system and computer system that had eye tracking devices, and then went for a walk over very rocky terrain. And you could then see the ways in which the person's eyes tracked very, very quickly from place to place as they were walking down the staircase, or walking across rocks, rather. And apparently we all do this all the time. We just never actually notice it. It's cool that we're able to do these things subconsciously. Now, back in grad school, I had a friend who was like an absolute rationalist. So he believed that basically everything's intentional and human reason is supreme over our emotions and so on. And a professor was making quite a big deal about this ability that humans have to forget about what's happening around them and focus instead on what's essential. And he used the example of walking up the stairs, right? We're able to walk up the stairs every single day without thinking about it at all, other than I wish to walk up the stairs, if one's able to walk, etc. And my friend said, no. I consciously think of every single step I take. And the professor said, what is a step? Or how does one take a step? And someone else described, well, you lift your foot a little bit, and you lean your weight forward, and you then deploy your foot more safely forward, etc., etc., etc. And so my professor turned back to my friend and said, do you do all of that, right? Are you someone who will consciously think through every single motion of your body in taking a step up the staircase? And my friend said, yes, I do. It's not possible to action without thinking through every element of it. And my professor gave the only sensible response to that, which is, you, sir, are a liar. Yeah, no doubt, Sally. I do not want to disagree that it's not possible to become aware of every single element of what one's doing with one's body. I do not want to suggest that if you're learning to walk, maybe like toddlers, you have to be very, very careful. I mean, people who walk all the time do not consciously do this. And if you say you do, you are a liar. A Baroness is currently fighting against a bird. Why is that happening? Why is there a bird in the base? What's happening here? Oh, you know what? Wait, maybe you know what? We'll see. So for whatever reason, the Baroness is currently fighting against a bird. Has the bird stolen something? No, the bird's just hanging out inside. Okay. At one point, we had a bit of a cave-in here, and so it was open to the outside world. I don't think it is anymore. It's possible I'm missing something. If anyone sees any holes here, please do let me know. I don't see any myself. Now, there are holes on this side, but I believe it's the case that all of this is sealed inside. What I was going to say is I thought the cave may have come from over here, where we don't have an actual wall stopping it. If the sun hits, it can grow above ground stuff. Does that include birds? Like, birds can randomly spawn from these tiles? If so, this does change things. I think a fundamental part of learning something is doing without knowing or thinking about how. Yeah, knowledge that versus knowledge how is a really fascinating distinction. For example, I know how to ride a bicycle. But if you say to me, explain how to ride a bicycle, I'd say, something balanced, something pushing wheels. And if you say, like, give me a description of how it actually happens, I have no idea. Something physics, something. That's why the grass is there. Okay, yeah, no, I definitely get why there's grass there. My confusion is, why is there a bird there? And I feel like I'm missing something important about a hole or something. Anyway, I'm going to send the militia up to beat the dickens out of this, because if we have a Baroness die, I suspect it will upset someone somewhere. So, go forth and kill! 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 Maybe by watching we can see how it gets out. It didn't get out. So maybe there is no way to... Or no, we'll figure out eventually. When goblins come pouring into my base, we will know what has happened. I think I wanted to check out are... Here you go, folks. What is this? What is this nonsense right here? So, this box is still full of ammo. Someone has put another bin here, though I've said no bins allowed. Now, it might be the case, it might well be the case that this haven't moved out yet, so we'll give it some more time. I think I've been paused for a very long time while dealing with the cave that's set up down south. Hey, Fernand, how's it going? So 5 is cave entrance. So this has not gotten closed back up, though it's level 1. And so I'm guessing one can't use this to remove a staircase. Because, yeah, it's only constructed walls, floors, etc. This is not constructed, it's dug. So there must be some other way to stop this from existing. And I think I already tried to put a floor over it. I guess if we get to it from underneath, we could put a block in. I wish to cause a cave-in, please. For the moment, we're going to assume there are no flying beasts below, and that may be some absolute stupidity we'll see sooner or later. You can dig it out with channel tool. Awesome, thank you. Channel tool to dig it out, and then we can build on top of the channel part. We reached the caves? Apparently so. Yeah, apparently so. Level 1, we found some caves. And so far, I haven't seen any big bad beasties in here, but I don't know how it's going to continue. We'll see, we'll see. So here, we're going to dig down again. That should be safe as well. Digging machine. Send to there. And here, we're going to dig out to there and put a door. We'll be fine. Yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely see how that goes. Okay. I'm also wondering how the Baron's doing. So he appears to still be deeply unhappy. Kea and Wardog are fighting. Ahaha! The opening is here! These are holes in the ground. This, a hole in the ground. So I was looking out here, but somehow we have holes here instead. Okay. So that's a hole, those are holes. Now, all of this is limestone blocks here. As much as I would like to continue to limestone blocks there, I also want them for the library. So we'll see how many we have. The entire courtyard's full of holes. You think so? And when I say holes, I don't just mean that the block underneath is exposed. They're not holes. They don't say empty space. Oh, okay. So those loam here and expose them underneath. They're not separate. Got it. Thank you. So, oh gosh. None of them say empty space. There's a suggestion that there might be a hole on the riverside. So here is the nearest spot to the river. Claystone, claystone, claystone. No hole there, I believe. Again, this area definitely is open, but it's not exposed inside. Whatever. We'll figure out the caves eventually. Okay. I was checking to see how much limestone I have. I had a little bit more time to work on that, so hopefully some more. No, I don't want to do that. I want to put it here instead. The temple may be open? Okay, I'll check out in a second. Oh, and it's definitely the temple is open on the waterfall side, but I haven't seen anybody come in there yet. Now, this does not mean that no one can come in there. It just means I haven't seen it. Also, we do finally have a whole bunch of stones, which makes me very happy. So, let's finish off just this wall for now, and then we'll wait till we have more of them, and that'll be good too. Bump. Okay. I think I set up the limestone making job to only make 50 or so. Yeah, it definitely is the case. We have an opening here. Now, I guess it's possible that Ikea could come in here and the Baroness only found it here. That feels unlikely to me. Unless it's not the case that the... I thought caves would be attacked by anyone who could see them. But maybe that's not true. Maybe they don't care until they attack somebody else. More stone's more good. Awesome. Back down to the pits. Digging is still happening. Good. Someone's coming to do the channeling. Good also. Okay. I was wondering about the Baron's happiness. I remember saying that and then getting distracted as usual. The Baron, big angry still. Absolutely hates his life. Miserable through and through. So he's going through all the praying. And gosh, I love that. But his only major concerns are about praying and such. His needs... Praying, praying, praying. Unoccupied, no creative. Leading an unexciting life, etc. Etc. rather. So are there bones here? There are not. This is because I allowed there to be bones downstairs. Let's change that around to make sure that all the bones go to the Baron. Well, all right. Is it the stockpile upstairs instead? It is. Okay. So we'll say, once again, bones are disallowed here. So they go to the Baron. Good. Good. Harlequin Opal. Ooh! This is our first time finding that. It's worth 120 all by itself. Neat. And I'm going to go ahead and put a door here before we dig in any more deeply. And I'm guessing we want like some kind of really strong door. I make the most beautiful door instead. Is it okay to make a separate shrine just for the Baron? So initially I was intending to do that, but I'm not sure how to do it without doing a very annoying thing. I know how to do it in RimWorld pretty easily. Because my hope was that the Baron would primarily use this room. But so far, other people are also. Now, the Baron is currently locked into his home. I could make a zone for everyone else in the entire fortress that doesn't allow them to go into here. Now, is it possible to invert burrows in this game? Or is that only in our favorite game, RimWorld? Because I do not want to go through and paint the entire map to make sure that everyone else is in that. Yeah, I think it might not be possible, unfortunately, to do what I want to do. Native silver! Yesterday someone said that silver can be quite strong for some kind of weapon, but I don't quite recall what it was. Also, as we get down here, a masterpiece bit of cookery. Wow. As we get down here, someone mentioned potentially trying to make for us mine carts. I think I do want to do this. If I try to put a floor here, can we reach it from above? No. So we need to dig down next to it, then put the flooring in. If we dig down next to it, though, it's going to be open underneath. Wait, maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't think it will be if we dig right here. And if it is, we'll figure out how to fix that presently. So we're going to dig down from here to there. You never play this game, who's the Baron guy or why are we holding him hostage? So Barons are kind of noble. Nobles are characters of the game that have... I actually don't know what the benefit is to having them, but it is the case they have certain demands for the nice things they get in their lives. The Barons want to have a decent study and special crypt and all the rest. And they can order you to do things and not do things. Like right now, we're not allowed to sell any bolts to anybody else. Also, my captain of the guard needs improved items. We'll do that presently. Yeah, the reason why he's locked in his room, though, is because he has no feet. And so he walks very, very, very slowly. And before he was not taking care of himself because, like, go get food, it would take him half his lifetime. And you just go so slowly. So are there any actual advantages to having royals other than like roleplay purposes of like, hey, it's cool having a leader for us? So my captain of the guard has decided they no longer believe their bedroom and all the rest are good as they used to be. That may be because I put the barracks in the exact same location. It's maybe the inclusion of the barracks made it no longer as nice as it was. So he needs a quarters. He has a modest quarters. Can I see... Overlapping zones leads to a value penalty? Okay, okay. In that case, I'll give him a separate barracks to train in that does not have all this. So remove that one. That should make him then happier, he says, as he gets sadder. Happier soon. Alright, so off his bedroom, we'll give him a training zone to drill, baby, drill. And to be a barracks, I don't actually know what it needs. That's to be deconstructed. Okay. I'm doing level 1 for absolutely everything, which I need to stop doing, or else I'll get very, very confused. Probably nothing's getting done at all. Okay. Back to the pits. So that's been dug down. Huh. Zastus, what you doing down there, boss? How'd this happen? Okay, so... How did this happen, team? So I invited a miner to dig down here. There is still a staircase and stone below it. Did he then walk off the side? I dug the channel from the lowest point, not the floor above. Okay. Does this mean that he walked to here and then channeled and fell down? Because I think I assumed, right, I was thinking explicitly, I didn't want to channel from here because that would cause him to drop straight down. I thought he would stand next door and do the channeling. Super interesting. Super, super interesting. We've learned a lot today. All right, boss, are you a good fighter? What's going on down here? Competent hammer dwarf while carrying a mining pick. We gotta get him out of here before he dies. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I really don't want to open the cavern until that door is made. However, to save a dwarf, all things are possible. So we're going to mine straight through. And I do want to say it's the most important. We'll then go back to up here where I'm mining and say it's a little bit less important to get done. But still it is mining. Good. If we dig through here, it's then muddy and has floors. How do we think about this? So how many levels down is he? 2, I believe. It's probably best to work from what he can see. Oh, you can mine. Wait, you can't make stairs up, right? You can build stairs up, but you cannot mine stairs up. So I need to mine down to him. If we can get here and make a staircase down, he can then climb out. Okay. If I mark this to mine down, I worry he will come over and mine up. So I don't want to do that, I think. I'm not sure. And then from there, this is an upward slope. He can climb that. Oh, I can make ramps, can't I? And you can do a ramp from below that is climbable. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. The ramp on this level going up. Okay. So you mine that going up. Good. Then here there's a mine level up, and he can get out. Bingo bango, no problems. Possibly. There's gonna be any monsters down here? I don't know. I don't know if they might come sneak up on him while he's sleeping. Hopefully not, but we'll see. We'll see. But I guess that nothing is immediately set upon him is probably a good sign. And so while he's down here, go dig, little buddy. He's unconscious because of tiredness. He's sleeping, he's not passed out. That said, he fell multiple levels and didn't die or get harmed even. Questionable spatial sense and kinesthetic sense. All true. I don't see anything here about is especially sturdy, but he must be. Cool, that's fun. Hey, the door's done. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Tell the cavern needs some gems. Exactly right. It makes sense for roleplay here. Masterpiece large dolomite pot. Why on earth are we still making pots? Yeah, I think unconscious here means he's sleeping. I believe that any kind of non-consciousness counts the same. Why are we making pots? Make rock pots. Under what conditions? If there are fewer than 10 large ones, make rock pots. Now, I had this happen before. Are rock pots and large rock pots the same thing? Adjective. Is large an adjective? Does not seem to be. I mean, it is, but it's for my plants. So do we think that that means that people are actually using them currently? Hello? We just dug out a whole bunch of something? Wait, why? Oh, is it because we dug into this? No, that wouldn't do it. Why do we get notification of something way down here? Huh. I guess I don't know how dwarves see things. And so I wonder if the digging out here is it fell into line of sight for the first time? You gotta know something's discovered. So I guess I don't understand how discovery works, because I think we discovered it when we first dug into this. They can smell ore. Weird little buddies. Weird little buddies. Good, though. They're telepathic. Genius is all. You still sleeping, boss? Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey, you're gonna get eaten. This is flashing. Hello. What are you doing there, little buddy? Oh, gosh. More people falling into the pit. Oh, he's climbing across instead of... That's exactly what I wanted. Safely out. So we don't even need to dig this thing. They already found the way out themselves. Okay. My sense is I should get the militia down here to, like, look around and see if we can find any monsters. If not, it's just me and my miners running around that might go very, very poorly. I sure do want this silver. So I think digging out this silver will be safe. Now, is silver actually valuable? Probably not without coal. Will we get a pop-up if there are any actual hostiles here? My sense is no. My sense is like you need to have line of sight for what happens. Okay, I'd like a real answer on this one. Do the caverns spawn enemies? By which I mean, how do I explain this? When the cavern is created, like when we open it for the first time, is it full of all the possible enemies? Or will more be created into the world after it's opened? That's the question. Creatures come in from the cavern map edges. So, like here, for instance, they might spawn. Even though it's not the edge of the map proper, it's the edge of the cavern area. More do come. Thank you for the help on that one. I would be so confused if not. It's like on the surface. So I think my trouble with that is on the surface, like we can see the whole wide world, and the actual factual edge of this box here is the edge of the map. We can't go any farther, it's our territory. But am I right to understand that when it comes to these caverns, like what we saw up here, this hard line can spawn enemies? Yeah, maybe. Zoe, thank you for the follow. How's it going today, my friend? Worst things pop up when they walk in. Yeah, like the were zebra did previously. Okay, we talked previously about trying to make a militia down here and give them like a separate barracks and see what happens. Hi, little buddies. I thought my poor miners all get eaten. If you don't see a wall, it's unexplored, not the edge of the map. Okay, so this is like a fog of war as opposed to being actual stopping place. We'll see. The cave spreads beyond that. All right. I want to have my militia go explore it, I think. But I want to also go like fight a cave spider, and maybe we can collect some of the cave spider silk web. Is it collected like you collect plants? No. Maybe if I make a job that uses cave spider silk, people will go get it. Okay, where's the entrance again? It's a collect job from the loom. Cool. Hey, Narcy, we scored fun yet? We haven't died, if they're asking. Things are good. Alright, we're gonna take the militia, and hopefully they're all well fed and ready to rock. Let's explore a little bit and see what we find. Now, while they're heading down there, good luck, little buddies. I want to go to the library area where we're supposed to be digging out another militia training area. No, library is over here. Well, it's getting done, just kind of slowly. I'm going to hold off on setting up that cave spider silk job until I understand the caverns a little better, have them more under control. Okay, I'll move this to level 2 instead. Good. This side of things, more limestone walls, more good. This side? Nope, the middle one they can't actually build. 47 blocks. I'm really glad we got the limestone production functioning. Yesterday I had so much confusion with that. Good. And I think I intend to have the same thing running along each of these sides, maybe. I'll need to count out and make sure the same on both sides in a moment. Okay. Downstairs again. Is the militia there? Not yet. But let's go and grab some little bits of opal. Hopefully nobody shows up and says like fee fi fo fum. These gems belong to me. Under labor tab is a standing order to auto collect webs. I'm gonna turn it off. Ah, I see. I thought I had to set up the loom job to collect silk first, but okay, we can turn it off as a standing order for right now. There we go. Automatically collecting the labs. Oh, does the loom auto-populate that job? This is not turned off. In the same way that the farming workstation auto-populates like something thread? I understand now. Did the bolt thingy get solved? I've not checked in a while. Let's see if it's all fixed now. Definitely not. Surely not. Oh. The mystery of the bolt situation continues to be incredibly frustrating. Part of me says I should just make a ton of bolts, but they're probably going to end up in these boxes, and I just don't know how to stop this from happening. Have bones gotten here? They have not. Unless the Baron has been knocking them out already. The Baron has not been knocking them out. So if I make a ton of bolts, will they just fill up the boxes and they'll bring more and more boxes in? I don't want to waste my bolts because we have a lot of them. A lot of them. So many of them. Oh, this game. Oh, this game. Okay, so I just mentioned the Baron and the bones. So the bones are disallowed here. They just not moved them yet. Is that correct? That is correct. Ah, they'll get done soon enough. So back to here. Hello. Getting done. Nice, nice, nice. We can add in another one. Button. I wonder if any of my scholars are doing any work here yet. I think I set up a scribe and a scholar both. And are you him? Certainly not. Certainly not. Check the library and see what's going on here. So Attis and Onget are the ones who should be doing work here. Just found a bunch more stuff. There are... I don't know what. Somehow we're seeing them. Has my militia arrived? No. No. So as they dug this out, maybe they looked down and saw a bunch more stuff. That bunch more stuff does not include any enemies yet. I tried a dump zone beside the bin, dump only bolts, not the bin. So I'm definitely happy to try that. I think my confusion is I think I regularly say no bins allowed and they keep showing up. But okay. So the dump goes here. In this we want to say just and only. What have I done? No. Wait, how do I say what goes into dumps? Is there no button for what goes into dumps? Oh, you have to mark them as dumped. Right. So, trash on each of you. Okay. That's enough for now. I believe this is the only dump zone in the world right now. Hopefully that works. Does the game have a priority system like RimWorld? It has a priority system like auction not included, or more rightly, auction not included as a priority system like Dwarf Fortress. So when you're mining, for instance, you could say how important it is to get done. 4 is normal importance. 7 is do it last. 1 is do it first. As far as jobs go, I actually do not know how characters that have no job assigned to them and everything's of equal priority, how they choose their jobs. It may just be by proximity, possibly. Oh! A Monster Slayer Night 1 is visiting. Wait, what's Night 1 mean? Monster Slayer Night 1. 52-year-old person, 6 children. I can learn more about them after they chat with a local. Monster Slayer. He has no weapon. How are you in Monster Slayer? What have you done? Natural ability with music. Meager creativity. Can't make decisions without other people's inputs. Doesn't need a weapon. He just goes and punches monsters. Impressive stuff. Impressive stuff for sure. Intelligent undead have names like that. Wait. Is the thought then that he's not actually a human? Or he's like a human corpse wandering? We'll see soon enough what happens there. Okay. You are... Bolts have moved. Dude is sleeping in the bolt pile. That's very, very stabby indeed. I feel bad about his sleeping in the bolt pile, so I'm going to go make some more beds. It's getting done. This room, though, is ready to rock. So, I need to put a door in. Need to go ahead and give a bed also. Cool. And then a cabinet and chest, hopefully also. So attractive. We recently started putting gems onto different furniture we made. And so our furniture is becoming more and more impressive as time goes by. Hopefully eventually make some kind of... That pop-up concerns me. I'm hoping we eventually find some sort of... or make like a masterwork level furniture that we can then encrust and give to our Baron. They'll finally stop being furious with me. Chest also. Good stuff. All right. This is just ranchers fighting with archery and such. Make the sleeping guy champion for moving the bolts. We'll see. We'll see. I think that the last question is, do the bolts get moved into the dump zone? Or into the pickup zone? If they do, I'm then going to give a gift sub to the channel because Ladaudio will figure out the problem. Or figure out a solution to the problem. Back on this way. Has the militia arrived? Sort of. 3 dudes have gotten here. What's that? Is this coal? Obsidian. Ooh! I can make sharp blades with that. So right now we have some iron swords. How cool would it be to have even better ones? Okay, we can mine this with no problems. So where's the rest of the militia? Had they run upstairs to get drinks and such? Huh. Ha 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 ha. Over here, there's quartzes. That's right, quartzes. So one of my war dogs just died. Unless he's being killed by a monster slayer, I have some concerns. Alright, so is the monster slayer telling us stories of who they are? The visitors come to relax. He heard the mountainous date was the place to enjoy oneself. Tough and strong and musical. Good at making cheese. That is that. Or is this a vegetarian dwarf run? Not intentionally. I just haven't made like animals to kill other than dogs. And so every once in a while I need some leather, I go kill some puppies. You know, like a monster or something. But see my vest. See my vest. That said, we may actually have llamas being produced right now. I think we are. And so we'll get some llama-based meat also. Now, is there a way to set up animal culling in this game where if, for example, you have more than 8 puppies, you in one of them? Or do you have to go through and mark the manual every time? Call me Scott of the Antarctic? Yeah, definitely our poor dogs are not making it back. That's how it goes. We do have hunters running around upstairs also, hopefully finding animals to fight. So it's a named one. Wait, what's that? So these two are unnamed. I've never seen a named wild animal before. Split Gully. Did you kill one of us, or... So, did this belong to someone else at some points? And now it's free in the world, but its name is widely known? Did someone brand its name into its side? It's named because it killed someone. Killed a dog. Okay, so the earlier dead dog we saw was from it. And now other dogs trying to chase it down to fight. Cool. So things that get a kill get named. Forever will know the story of Spit Gully, or his name is. Terrifying. Hello, quick bad. We have found the caverns. Yes, indeed. And we're waiting for our militia to get down there for us to explore in earnest. But I don't know where they are. Yeah. Emeralds. I'm not seeing anything else on this level I want to grab right now. This is a ramp down, so you can go to there. This is open space, though. So once we get here, I guess we'll want to go ahead and dig through like so and see what we find. And hope it's the case that our little friends do not dive into the pit. More stray puppies have died. Oh boy, the yak bulls are all getting named because they are killing all of my dogs. Good, 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 good. So why have the dogs decided to go wild? They're fighting against random bulls. This one's injured. That's good. I wonder if my my rangers started those fights and the dogs tried to finish them up and then did not quite figure it out. Seeing them slaughtering them, that is good. Having more dead dogs is helpful for us. Alright, my human monster slayer friends decided that he would like to check IDs on the way in. Check the library level. It's over here. I'm kind of at the point now where I feel that I'm trying to do too many things at once. Like, it's being fun, I'm enjoying it, but I'm not feeling focused on anything at all. In part because I have the constant worry that while I'm focused here, bad things are happening downstairs. Okay, if I want the two sides to match here, we have 1, 2, 3, I believe, stones on this level. 1, 2, 3, yeah. So we'll do the same thing on the other side as well. Cavern Dread, that's exactly it. This worry that somehow something terrible is happening, and I don't know it's happening, and I'll only find out a little bit too late. Now, some of you said that I should consider making a trap area. I don't really know about traps yet. So we set up some bedrooms over here. One more bedroom. Good, 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 good. I should probably go figure out how traps work downstairs sooner or later. But we can add some more doors. Hey, Beer, how's it going? First playthrough, I seem fluent in the game. I appreciate that. But no, it really is my first playthrough. I did do one stream worth of tutorial, but I set up way too many gems in that playthrough. And so I restarted the game, but it's my first playthrough, yeah. It's my first playthrough of the Steam version. I did do one playthrough of the old Dwarf Fortress like 4 or 5 years ago. But I think most of my knowledge from this game is primarily just my knowledge from RimWorld. So, and you can tell that from the size of the bedrooms for sure. Now that we have Dolomite stones being made, quite a few of them, I want to go ahead and clear out this section just to ensure that it looks prettier for me. I will come back on that soon enough. Good. And this one can get its items now. As I understand, there's a lot to know in this game, and though I know some of it, I have a bunch of holes still in my knowledge of things. For example, only recently did I learn that you can throw things with a bridge when I threw genuinely hundreds of items all around my base. It was fun. Definitely a good time. Your bedrooms are single tile cells. Yeah, I've said repeatedly the number one reason why my bedrooms are so big is so that viewers complain about the size of my bedrooms. Because any chat engagement is good chat engagement. Alright, alright, alright. We'll come back up here very, very soon and turn these into proper bedrooms. Let's go ahead and mark. Oh, such an expensive coffer. Probably give that to the Duke, but no. Put cabinet here too. Great. Stray llama has died. Very sad, very sad. Poor stray llama. Okay, we got some meat. Congratulations, everybody. Happy meat time. The Captain of the Guard's barracks room has been dug out now. It is a absolute mess over there, but we can get it marked at least. So the bedroom needs to be desized by 1. Desized, that's definitely a word. And then we make a new zone here, which is for Captain of the Guard training. That's a barracks. So cool. Belongs to Captain of the Guard exclusively for training. To close that first. Alright, so it's Captain Practice All. Captain Practice Hal. Even better. Hopefully the overlap in there does not degrade the quality of his bedroom too much. Let's see what's going on with him. Captain Guard, feeling good. Amazing. We have no Hammerer still. We have one open messenger slot. I guess I'll give someone a messenger job who has no other substantial job right now. Are there any peasants who have some like halfway decent skills? This ranger. No, that ranger actually responsible for making stones, I believe. So no, you don't count. Yeah, I want to like grab some random person and say, "You there, you carry our messages across the world." Oh, there's always an open messenger slot. Oh, okay. I thought number of messengers might be based on how many dwarves I have, but cool to see that that's not necessarily the case. Dungeon Master. So Dungeon Master is Schemer. We learned this earlier. Dodok here, I choose you. The Dungeon Master actually needs things. Maybe later. Maybe later. Okay, down to the pit. So for whatever reason, only 2 militia members are now here. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull the militia back. And then, like I said, I'd like to make a militia barracks down this way. Have fun going home, everybody. Bye. I think it may be the case it's just way too far down for my militia to safely get there. Unfortunately. Okay. This area is safe to dig. Oh, can I forbid doors? Thou shalt not pass. They're tasty, tasty gems we'll leave behind for right now. That's okay. Did I seal this hole? I didn't. Okay. If we make a floor from here, will they fall into the pit again? I don't think so, because when I made the flooring as ceiling on the first floor, they didn't fall through, I believe. We'll see how this goes. Is there a comfort grade for bedrooms like in Prison Architect? So, honestly, I don't know. Like, really and sincerely, honestly, I'm just not sure. I know that certain characters are interested in having better quality bedrooms. I don't know if size contributes to that, to like the value. So for example, this is my Baron. He wanted a giant study hall and a giant bedroom, etc. And I don't know if size contributes to value. I'm sure someone in channel does know, but I'm not that guy. Someone said at some point that it's better to have smaller rooms because the dwarves get like some sort of like coziness benefit that feel like a safe little cave to them. I assume this is not true, but it may be true. Is the Baron still unsatisfied? Almost certainly yes. There have been 3 unsatisfied people for a very long time. He's been right at the top every single time. Yep, there he is. Still worshiping, still praying very, very hard, but he managed to finish one of his prayers. Good job, buddy. AT0, thanks for the follow. Adam Rigger, thanks for the follow, but again, also. Bit ago again, also. Thank you. Thanks all for being here while I figure out this game. Did he get some bones yet? There are no bones in that bucket. So something is wrong with the issue of the bones. Okay. At this point, what I'm going to do is make sure why are you this way, video game? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? So, no barrels allowed. No bins allowed. Correct. I'm then going to unlock these. No, I'm going to get rid of the zone here entirely. There's then no trash spot. I'm then going to unlock this entire pile. And the question is, when they move this pile of bolts, do they put them into this bin, or this bin, or on the floor? This thing I'm getting rid of also. All right, here comes the people. Are you moving them? Oh! They did it! They did it! Okay. So we now know how to get them on the floor again. We just need to do that process many, many, many more times. I said I was going to give sub to anyone figure this one out. So how do I give a gift to my own channel? Laudadio, thank you for figuring that one out. How does one gift sub on this thing? I think I probably have to go to my own website, or my own twitch.tv/Resorty. My apologies, I'll be right back to the game, I promise. Oh, there I am. Hello, Resorty, how's it going? And gift a sub. Glorious. Let's do that one. Sure, why not? Pay. Processing. Hey, there we go. All right, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for the generosity, and Laudadio, I sure do appreciate you figuring out that problem. Those of you who got the gift subs, enjoy. And Laudadio is the one to thank on this one for sure. What happens if I sell the bin or chest to traders, but not with the bolts? Is that possible? I didn't think that was possible. I thought when you brought the bin outside to sell, no, you can select individual things inside of it. I have no idea. Absolute idea. Hey, Larry Issue, thank you for paying the gift forward. I appreciate that a bunch, my friend. And thanks for being here as always. It's a great time having you around. Your name always makes me smile. Yeah, maybe it's possible to do that, to just sell the bin without the bolts. But this solution works. And so we're going to do a solution again. And what it was... what was the solution? All right. I'm fairly sure part of it was a garbage dump right there. I'm fairly sure part of it was mark all of these as trash. Okay. And then I want to do the exact same thing with the ones that are in the bins here. Someone's dead. It's a puppy. It's fine. If I click this, I have to make sure I also make sure that bins are disallowed in that stockpile zone. And then once this is all sorted, we're going to make so many bolts. And if we have tons and tons of bolts, apparently our archers will pick them up. True? I don't know. I hope this is the last time we ever have to do this. Just anytime you click into the stockpile zone, you have to reassert no bins allowed. Okay, good. Now, here, definitely no bins, done. Cool. Back to here. Nope, back to here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make a hotkey for going to the library because I keep wanting to go there and keep wanting to like poke around to do so. So 5 is cave entrance. Current digging is no longer true. We're digging next to the cave. So I'm gonna change this one's name to library. Fighting is happening. Dogs are fighting cows. Love it. Okay, and so library level is right here. Oop. Awesome. Now it's time for some counting to make sure that this room is actually symmetrical. Alright, it's not. It definitely is not. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 this direction. Cool. And then the corner here is magnetite right now. Wait. Wait. No. Wait, yes? Oh gosh, what have I done? So I want to make sure I surround the room with limestone. I dug out here to make this limestone. It was not a matter of me wanting to dig out more. Is that true? I think that's true. So cancel what I just said. On this side, would make a giant wall. And then when that's done, we'll figure out what the symmetrical thing is to do. Attempts to make a beautiful room finally. Yeah, yesterday or day before, someone linked on Discord a picture of a really, really beautiful room in this game. It made me realize that what I thought was beautiful in the game is nothing. Absolutely nothing so far. That's getting done. New barracks have been created. Okay. Archer will pick up and use bolts if they're using a uniform descended from original Archer uniform preset. So I've been told that that's one solution to the current bug of Archers not picking up bolts, but it's not the only solution. I've also been told that if you make scads and scads and scads and scads of bolts, eventually they will pick them up. Now, is this true? We'll see. We'll definitely see what happens. But I'm ready to make thousands of bolts to make it happen. And if nothing else, we'll find out eventually that that's not what's done. Or perhaps we'll find out that the only way to fix it is the Archer preset, and they'll have lots of bolts pre-made anyway. So who knows? Who knows? Just going to smooth this floor for right now. Another puppy has been slaughtered. I think my war dogs are throwing themselves endlessly at yaks. I might need to send my militia outside to stop this. Like, I have a lot of dogs, obviously, but I'd prefer they don't all die this way. Did an Archer pick up all the bolts the first time? So definitely my Rangers outside have gotten some bolts. One of my militia archers did pick up bolts at some point. I don't know if it was all the bolts or just a lot of them. Okay, when I place these beds, I can't see where I placed them. There's a building present here, though. So 1, 2. Time to use the bone carver to make endless bone bolts? Exactly right. Only issue is that bone carver is the Baron, and the Baron is not going to get bolts quite yet. We're going to figure it out real soon, though. I'm going to come back here once I can see what I'm doing. Too confusing, too confusing. A farmer's been taken by a Fey Mood. Friends, we're going to get a legendary item very, very soon. That's going to be awesome. Have bolts arrived here? Not bolts. Have bones arrived? They haven't yet. Okay, we're going to figure this out. So where are bones being stored now? I think they're being stored here. They are. But they're not permitted here. I think there's some standing order about not getting things out of surface level. Let's see if that's true. Standing orders, hauling. So workers will do everything. Great. Workers do gather outside refuse. Or save bones. It's gather refuse outside. So they're supposed to do so. Huh. Bones to knowledge don't fit in bins. Oh, okay. So I thought I was being clever by trying to save space in the Baron's room. Apparently this is not possible, though. Okay, so no bins allowed. But also we should make this bigger. Because otherwise we'll have one bone at a time, and that'll be very confusing. So let's go ahead and get rid of this zone entirely. And then make a new one. on this side instead. Bones are not binnable. Minecraft stacking works fine though. Or, not Minecraft, sorry. Minecraft stacking. I have no idea what that'd be. Minecart stacking works. I haven't made any minecarts yet, so I'm not quite sure what those are. But we'll see. Okay. Refuse, bones, all good. Barons, bones. Wait, it's a bigger area, so better yet. Barons, bonus, bones. Perfect. No bins, no bins. Cool. We'll see what happens. All right, so this fellow is currently taking over a stoneworking shop. We'll see what items he needs soon enough here. Natsuda, thanks for the follow. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Is that you? Oh, here we go. He's going to come and start yelling for this and that. Right now, he'd like to have a stone. He's got a stone. 8. Now, I've seen there are different kinds of strange moods. One is fey, one is like reclusiveness. Is there any real difference to what these mean in the game? So I think so far they've all functioned more or less the same, where they show up and yell about, give me this, give me that, and then eventually, ta-da, here's an amazing item. Is there any real distinction? In short, you can put bones in a minecart, not in a bin. Minecarts can then dump stuff on a single tile. Sounds a little cool. Might try that eventually. Just need to make some minecarts first. I'll check back on Brother Man here fairly soon. Okay. Library? Nope. Library? Nope. Library? Nope. Library? Yes. My apologies. All right. These are still getting done. Cool. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 instead. Awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I do want to dig this out and make it into limestone for it to be more attractive. Good. The different moves give different hints what materials they need. Possessed dwarfs do not gain skill. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I saw that they gave like different instructions what they want, but so far I've been able to figure this out more or less. Like they say, stack of leather, etc. Looking good so far though, and they have stray puppy bones. Perfect. Low beer. Hello, hello. That one. Nope. That one. We'll learn all the buttons soon enough. Man, I love that we have like smoothing parties. So anytime that I mark smoothing, for some reason, everyone comes and does it immediately. Must be one of the more important tasks. However, as usual, I forgot that they can't smooth under beds. So we got to move those out so it looks a little bit more normal in here. And they'll mark those to smooth again. Okay. I said earlier that what I want to have some kind of entrance area. Ideally, to like put a militia inside of. Oh, you know what? So initially I said outside there would be a militia area. No. Let's put them inside of the library here. I like this idea very much. We'll have them be like warrior sages. Some kind of battle scholars. Pick up your blade and fight. Oh, that'd be good. So I don't know if this room's going to be anymore, but it's not going to be the direction I thought it would. This is a grand library. Yes, the one thing I'm trying to do today is create a really, really cool library. And it's slow going, but it is indeed going. We go 3 in on each side. Why 3? I don't know why. Pen is mightier than a sword. Imagine they have both pens and swords. Because I don't think we'd actually fight off invading goblins with just pens. Now with this said, I wonder if we'll ever actually be attacked in this room. Or if this is me planning for a realization or an occurrence that will never actually happen. We'll see. Okay. And then we'll open up a little bit wider here. Let's have a greeting desk, perhaps. I think we'll have our library open to the public, but not the goblin parts of the public. I do wonder how many shelves I'm going to need to do what I want to do here. Probably quite a few. Okay, let's go and finish out this room. Great line. Let's do 5. 3, 4, 5. Same thing on this side. What do you want to bet I've already made an error in symmetry, and there's already a clip of it, and I'm going to discover it at some point, and the clip will get linked, and we'll all have a good laugh. So we need to put some kind of door set up on this side. Now, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We have one door right in the middle there, or we can have 2 on opposite sides. I think one door right in the middle is nicest. The 1, 2, 3 door goes there. Cool. And I want to have a really attractive door for this if possible. Do we have a really attractive door of any kind? Walls must be built first. Leave it as such for now. How's the Baron doing? How's the Baron doing? Hello, Baron. I'm thirsty. So there's a whole bunch of food for the Baron, none of which is actually prepared. Okay, so I wasn't quite sure how this thing worked, because I read it initially as prepared meals of meat, of fish, etc. But I guess what it means instead is allow prepared meats and raw, etc. So I'm gonna remove these and hope they'll bring some food up to him. But I'm not certain on how that will work. We'll see. On the drink side of things, there are no drinks. We have 724 drinks. I must have set up something incorrectly here. So I know I have drinks. There are 724 drinks somewhere, but where are they? I don't think the main stockpile allows food or drink, correct? Food. Oh, fascinating. Don't be there. And is there anything down here? This spot here is for raw stuff, correct? And for drinks, apparently. Don't know why that is. Okay. So, with that done, the drinks should go to this pile, and this pile pushes to food stockpile 33, which I believe is in the Baron's room. Yes, it is, it is. 1 by 1 drink stockpiles might be wonky, they accept empty barrels. So they won't bring drinks to fill up this barrel? I should make it larger instead? Hey, dude's constructing, without me giving him anything directly. That's nice, means there are lots of resources for us. So presumably, he needs to have a drink before he's willing to go do anything. Look! Look, 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 look! Bones have arrived! Don't bring drinks with an empty barrel. Great. Great. I make comments to myself like, I wonder if someday this game will be perfect and there'll be no obvious bugs. It's never gonna happen, is it? It's great though. Baron's Bins of Bevs. Perfect. Hopefully that gets figured out very, very soon. Now, earlier, the Baron was saying he wanted to do work. He's allowed to work here, He's allowed to make bone crowns. Bone crowns, I assume, need just bones. We'll see what happens. Where's he gotten off to? Where are you, Tricky? He's still busily praying, yeah? Still worshipping. We'll eventually figure it out. We give him his own personal well. That's not a bad idea. Now, people will probably go, dwarves don't drink water. This is impossible. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is. Okay. We have filled in this hole. So I believe that no enemy can get immediately into the base. I have been told it is possible for some particularly large enemies to knock down doors, but I haven't seen one of those yet, so hopefully we don't have to deal with that anytime soon. Hopefully. It's emergency water in case things get dire. It's like Bear Grylls, right? Bear Grylls is able to like survive by having a little drink of the old urine. How's it going on here? That's all it is. Fine and dandy. Continue filling this in. That's right. You heard it here first. My Baron drinks urine. I'm sure some of you will be delighted to have your Barons do the same because you hate your nobilities so darn much. Okay, back to bedrooms. Mark some of his bedrooms first. Multi-button. 2 more. All right. Do we have the beds we need? I believe we do, because we had a bunch of beds for the alleged barracks upstairs, which... Look at that one. Fancy. A whole bunch of marks means it must be very, very, very good. I'm going to give this one to my head scholar. Whoever that is, they get that one right there. Probably better than the Baron's bed, but he'll understand. Also, the number of times I said the word Baron today feels a little bit ridiculous. So that's the issue of semantic satiation, where I've said it so many times now that I no longer believe it's actually a word. I think we also dug out some magnetite we need to replace with dolomite. It's such a fiddly game, isn't it? Like, I recognize if you want to make things just right, an entire base, you could probably play just one save file for, I don't know, decades of game time? Like an incredibly long amount of time in one game. There's not a tech tree. To my knowledge, no. I don't know if as we explore new places and go to raid other colonies, bases, whatever you want to call them, if we'll get access to new kinds of items we've not seen previously. But to my knowledge, as we came into the game, we knew how to do everything we will ever know how to do. I'm happy to be correct on that one if that's not quite true. But I think we know how to make traps and all the rest. It might just fall to like how much does the player know? Because for example, I know we can make glass, but I have no idea how to actually do it. Is there no way to copy paste? That's an amazing question. Nope, no idea at all. Also, this is wrong. Glad I caught that. Erase this. Erase this. No. Go through and cancel each one? Possibly. I can look for a copy paste in a moment here and see what we can do with it. The tech tree here is based in the library and knowledge systems. Cool. Hopefully we get our library going soon. We'll have lots of scholars come and teach us stuff that we do not yet know about. Okay, they're also... So those of you who have played the game before, what's the longest in actual playthrough you've had? Like I said, I could easily imagine just having one playthrough that goes and goes and goes. Someone has created Vermibon, a limestone amulet. She offers it to us. Thank you. Generosity. So I think that's an item we'll probably put on display somewhere. I need a wall there. I gotta wait till it's actually built. It's a nice improvement. You played it on the same base for a year IRL. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's possible to just stay with it forever and always. In-game time, 82 years. I don't know when we started. Probably 250. So we've done 5 years and a couple weeks of play. I just can't imagine how long it would take to do 82 in-game years. That's cool. That's very cool. You did embark with no migrants and raise children with 30 adult dwarves. That's really cool. Yeah, I could definitely see the appeal of refusing all migrants, just to like really care more about your characters. When you suddenly have, hundreds of people appearing for no good reason, it is a little bit overwhelming. I see junk on the floor, so I think I need more chests. So I can use macros to copy and paste. Let me go ahead and look at the macros page. Let me see if I can find the macros page. Traffic areas, burrows, mine carts. Is there a macros button? Water, arrows. It's in the settings page. In key bindings, I assume. Macros. Use Control R to record or stop recording a macro. Use Control P to play back a recorded macro. Control S to save it. Control L to load it. Okay, so when I think of macro, am I right to understand that if I hit Control R right now, I could then like mouse down, select like build thing, select furniture thing, bed thing, and then put it on this tile, and then end the macro. And so I'd need to like have the screen lined up to do all that in the exact same order again. Macros can only record keyboard shortcuts. You have to enable a keyboard cursor for it to work, using directional arrows on the keyboard. Okay, macros are not for me. I see the appeal. I can also imagine getting incredibly confused doing it. But thank you for the awesome suggestion. I'm glad to know it's in the game. But I can imagine getting very, very confused. Especially because my knowledge right now is primarily based on my abilities to play with the mouse. Like I said, we did do one playthrough before there was mouse support. And I got to the point where I could like do things, which is one of the high points of my gaming history. But it was nothing near competent play. Good for auditing mazes. So am I right that you have to make sure that the thing you want to engage with is in the exact same position over and over again? Like, so for example, if I want to dig like this middle part right here, and my keyboard cursor's right here, would I have to say like go up, 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 etc. dig? And then I have to go over here also and go up, 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 dig? Or could I be in the middle here and attempt to then dig? I don't know. I'll go watch a YouTube video after stream on this, or else I'm going to get confused probably. They're playing the game had no mouse. Yeah, there's decades of this game having no mouse. So this game was released to Steam only a few months ago, I think. A couple months ago, maybe. But it had been available as a pay what you want to play a pay game for a very, very long time beforehand. And a whole people loved it and supported it as the developers worked very, very hard over an incredibly long time to make it what it is today. And I think it's one of those video games that people write stories and legends about for an incredibly long time. Developer, not developers. So I don't know enough about this. I thought there were 2 people who worked on it, who are brothers maybe? So I'm not doubting you in any way. I don't... There's a person named Tarn, correct? And then someone else Those had ideas and did music. Music's part of the game. Music's part of the game, right? I don't want to say only the programming counts, or else I have no position in any game ever. Now, if you're saying technically speaking what development is XYZ, fine. I don't really know what development means. If it's just coding, amazing. But I'll tell the story in a more subtle way in the future. Hey, Dimma. It's only Tarn programming. Cool. Programmers the only people making games. EA. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, it's winter. Okay, you'll recall that yesterday I was talking about trying to divert some of the water off the brook into this pit here. I thought I had done so and somehow drained all the water from the brook, but no, it's just winter. It just froze up to the north, I guess, and it will refill come spring again. But Dima, it's good seeing you. Thanks for being here. All right. Anyway, it's a very, very small team who made this game. In the single digits, we'll say, and that's an amazing thing. And he's been doing it. I guess they have been doing it for a very, very long time. And like I said, they'll probably write stories of heroism of the people who created this game, the person who created this game, and understandably, because I can't imagine working for decades on anything and having it matter to me enough to keep doing it. But like I said, there's a huge supportive community. I do wonder how the game would have gone had no one said that I like this thing. Like, I'm guessing getting the feedback from so many players that said, not only is your game amazing, but I want to support you to keep doing it, probably kept going, people really going, which is awesome. In the same way, like, if I were streaming for 8 years and no one ever came to visit me, I'd probably stop streaming at some point. So thank you for letting me be my own personal version of Tarn. So far, symmetrical, good to good. And I don't have a door here. So do we have a very nice door? Okay. I'd like to go make one really super door. So in the grand work queue, I want to make sure my best stonecutter does it. Currently, my best stonecutter is locked just making blocks. That feels pretty stupid now that I think about it. Let's go change that around, because that means he's not making attractive furniture and so on. I don't know why I didn't think of that previously. So up this way. At this desk, no. At this desk, no. Wait, maybe I didn't then. Haha, I didn't. Even better. Okay. So this thing here called IKEA is supposed to make tables and chairs and such. I'm going to lock him to doing that instead. And add an additional kind of jobs. So for the moment, I'd like to make a few limestone doors. No. Rock door. Yes. Okay. Out of limestone. Cool. And then it's, if we have fewer than 3 doors, let's go ahead and make 3 doors. All right. Native silver, harlequin opals. We found so many new kinds of gems recently that I honestly do not know how to think about them. Like, for a while there, any new gem would be like, oh, it's amazing. It's the best thing I've ever seen. Now they're all kind of cool in their own special way. 120 value already before even being cut. I think the most valuable gem we've had so far is at a value of 400. I hope to find something even better. Make even more. We'll see how it goes. And like the really good stuff's in the cavern, of course. But I'm a coward, so we stay in here. Okay. Gems of the Pokemon of this game. exactly Killing Moon. And that's why I restarted my first playthrough, because I set up the top level of gems, and we had just way, way, way too many of them. Okay, we now have a barrel of pickle berry wine. A barrel of berry, it's hard to say, and an empty bucket. So, is this just one wine then? Which means that the Baron will drink this, and then I'll be stuck with 2 barrels here. I expect so. Anyway, there's a drink for the Baron now. Hopefully he uses it. He is remembering communing with Reg the Glove Tower. Awesome. So for a very long time, Dude Man Guy here was saying his worst unmet need is that he hadn't prayed to this one god, and it was not just yellow, but instead orange. That's like a big worry. Now that said, he's still very unhappy. So, big concerns really are the praying, unable to practice a craft. So there really is crafting available for him right here. He just needs to stop with the endless worship and get to work. Assuming that bone crowns only need bones. We'll see. Okay. So, down at the pit. Yeah. Down here, I want to go ahead and create another barracks. That's just the defense against dark arts area. Now, some of you suggested that in the area where we may get invaded, we should have some kind of trap line and a bridge of some sort. And I love that idea so much. So, here? I think here we'll have a bridge, some traps. I don't know how traps work. And then the barracks just one floor above that. And hope beyond hope that people will bring things down to the barracks here. So, I put nothing on this floor except for our barracks and a little tiny dining room for them. We'll see. How far did I go on that side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Lovely. Make sure I seal off the cave of the bridge that can't be broken down. So I don't quite know what that is yet. We've made bridges so far with iron. And then I think the one here I made of dolomite. I think my current suspicion for how to avoid doors being broken down is to dig some kind of pit in the area where people would stand to fight it. I don't know if that's true. Because my guess is that if the bridge is pulled in, they can stand next to it and punch until it breaks. Maybe. We got those limestone doors made. Hopefully they're at least somewhat attractive. Hey, look at that. 3 stars looking good. Now, my gem encruster has been told to gem encrust furniture. I don't know if doors are furniture. Or is there a separate job for encrusting doors exactly? I don't see. But I do know I want to go ahead and encrust the limestone doors we just made. So I'm going to set up a forever job on that, I think. And the job is to... I'm guessing it is a furniture. Okay. The kind of furniture, though... No, this is... What kind of gem do you want to use, and how do you want it to be encrusted? Amount of improvable furniture items that isn't a bin. Okay, I know I can say only do this job if there are limestone doors available, but that does not necessarily mean go and do it on the limestone door. It needs to be on this side that I would do that. But in this section, which I would normally select it, I can only pick the gem or the type, and the type here is type of setting, not the type of furniture. Okay, I might need some help on this one. The only thing that comes to mind for me of how to do what I want to do is to restrict the gem maker to use a stockpile that has inside of it only limestone doors. But is there another way for me to say, please go encrust limestone doors, as opposed to whatever furniture you happen to find? Not sure. People, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Feeling Villain, thanks for the follow also. Hope y'all enjoy some Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, currently they're engraving or engemming mugs. Yeah, we're gonna eventually. All right, hey! Look at that! The Baron has finally got to work, and the Baron has created. I don't see where it is, but the Baron has created really attractive dog bone crowns. So he should be satisfied then, having done a craft. He feels satisfied at work. He's still furious, but things are getting better. Nice. Stockpiles are the only way to do that? Okay. I may not worry about it for right now, but it's good to know that it's possible to do what I do. He does like crowns, exactly. He's a big fan of crowns. They're getting dumped here for right now. So, to make him appreciate the things he's making, do I have to display them? Or is just seeing them in his own creation doing that? Let's see. He likes the ancient argument. Glorious. He's satisfied for making a masterwork and improving a bone carving also. I'd like to set that job up as well. So, just here, I would like you to also something decorate bone stuff. So then decorate the crowns he makes with further bones. So if... There needs to be some kind of settings for this. Which is, I guess, if there's a decorable item, then go ahead and decorate it. Cool. There's even one of them in your area. I think in the desk would count as that. Then go ahead and decorate that one item. That means he'll only do one a day. I'll mark 10 instead, that's fine. Character are monster slayers not true members of the colony? I think there are 3 levels of members of the community. One is people who are visiting the tavern. One is people who ask to stay with you and become like permanent folks. I don't know what it's called, maybe citizens. And then one is the dwarves who are actually like full members possibly. You can see that looking at the tavern page. When you select who all can use this thing. Everybody, long-term residents. I think long-term resident is the phrase for those who ask to join. And then only citizens. I think citizens are just dwarves. I think that's how it works. Okay. We're going to see so many masterpieces coming out of His Majesty the Baron. His Honor the Baron. Whatever rank it is. And so, I'm going to put some more of them out in his area so we can see the things he's created. Let's get more display. Oh, anyone can be a citizen. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I incorrectly assumed that it was only people who were dwarves who had joined directly. But good to know. Thank you. They have to request after a year. Cool. We've yet to have anyone decide to be a long-term resident. Hopefully someday they will. We have no more pedestals right now. So how we made a pedestal making job? I may have scrolled right past it. Altars? Okay, I'm not seeing any. No, there it is. Dolomite pedestals. We're gonna change that. I'm actually gonna give it to Rock Kia, IKEA over here, and add to just this job that I'd like to go ahead and create pedestals out of really anything they want to. But that should then allow my very best stonecrafter to do that job. Hey, anonymous gifter. Thanks for gifting a sub to Crundle-matic. Crundle-matic knows how things work in this game, and so we want to keep you around. We appreciate it. Anonymous gifter, thank you for supporting the channel in all the ways you do. So if there are no pedestals at all, make a pedestal of any kind whatsoever, I guess. I'm sure there are better ones to choose, but for now that's fine. Speaking of using particular kinds of items, yesterday I very much wanted to give the captain of the guard a sphalerite table. I tried to set it up and it did not happen. Captain of the guard is doing what? Still individual combat drills. So talented fighter, and the weapon you're using is the best axe I have in the entire base. So are you any kind of axe dwarf? Adequate. So-so. Halfway decent. I think someone told me a couple streams back that if you give them an armor stand, they might fight against it. I think this may be a lie, but gotta make one first. Okay. So I don't think I have a permanent job for making armor stands. So I don't think I need that many of them. So we'll just make one of them for now. Furniture? Iron? Armor. Weapon rack. It's the armor version of that. Armor stand. There it is. It's a lie. They will steal their armor art, though. Okay. I shouldn't say it's a lie. I think people have like big hopes for the kind of things that you can do in the game. Like, wouldn't it be fun to see a little soldier go attack their armor stand? But that's not possible, unfortunately. Do we still have no crime at all in this base? So either we have no crime at all, or my nobles are too stupid to notice the crime that's happening. The Baron is getting a drink. He's stressed out. He feels euphoric due to inebriation. And yet, he's furious. His quarters have degraded. Why? Okay, I don't think anything has changed in here. It is open to the waterfall, so if we put nice things in here, I worry that a Kale will come and steal from them. So let's just put more furniture in, which I assume can't be stolen by birds. It's real heavy, but that may be false. The statue of Burr Flagbridge. Who's that? I have no idea. Are bones ugly? So that's an awesome question. I have no idea. But he's cleaning out his quarters, what I think is just his bedroom, where this is his study. Hey, another Axe Lord. Another one of our main militia members has leveled up nicely. Good job, team. Good job. Okay, I wonder how we are on charcoal right now. Okay, we have so much charcoal. Which means we can get to making so many more bars. Now, we've been recently making copper bars and iron bars, magnetite and tetrahedrite, I believe. Sphalerite can be turned into tin. We found pure silver also. Let's go ahead and set up a work order on the big queue. Here, actually. Okay, on the big queue, we'll make a new order for smelt. Pure. Native, not pure, native silver. Okay. I kind of want to say, if there's any available, just do that. Sure, there's reason not to, but sure. If it's greater than 1, oh, silver nugget. Okay, I'm guessing nugget is the word for a basic single silver. So I really enjoy the, what do I call it? I enjoy like the whimsy and immersion of calling some things nuggets and other things ores and. But as a player, I just wish there were consistency because I get so confused. So we're going to get some silver bars, ingots, workable silver somehow, I believe. And I have no idea what to do with that, other than maybe make some silver armor for my captain of the guard. Would that be cool to do? I think it'd be very cool to do, like super shiny armor for them. So that's done here. So I want to make just one of each. Frosty metal. Wait, can silver not be used to make armor? Oh, I think Heartbreak of Heartbreak. Heartbreak of Heartbreak. Unless it counts as like being glowing. I was thinking ceremonial fun and no fun there. So is it not possible to make silver armor? Is silver only for making like fancy craft items for selling or making the base more attractive? Okay. What other kind of rocks have I seen recently? There's Alexandrite. I don't recall what it's for. We can find that right here. Other stone. It is not. Is it a gem? Might be a gem. Silver made into both weapons and bling. So not armor, but weapons. Okay. Just steel then. So if I wanted to make steel, is it made here possibly? Make pig iron. So we've made iron before. What is pig iron? I'm actually going to put the Wikipedia on this one because I think it's probably the fast way to figure this out. So pig iron is crude iron. It's an intermediate product of the iron industry in the production of steel, obtained by smelting iron ore in a blast furnace. I don't know how that works in this game. Let's think. So we have magnetite. When we smelt magnetite, it gives me iron. How is pig iron baby made? There's no ingredients. Steel needs iron and fuel and flux. Okay, so pig iron is made from iron. Now, when we say iron here, is it made from iron bars or from magnetite? Or does magnetite only make iron bars, and then iron bars make pig iron, and then pig iron makes steel? These are words. All right. Yes, they brought an iron bar here. Pig iron has carbon as an impurity. So I think I assumed, and I guess absolutely incorrectly, that iron bars didn't have impurities. This is iron bars. Perfect. But I guess it has the impurity of magnetite. And then we're adding coal into it for reasons. And then maybe with the pig iron, we can create steel. It's feel right. Exciting. Okay, steel bars. Requires pig iron first. Cool. We'll come back to it later. Coal adds to a carbon content? Okay. I know what the word carbon is in some like very general sense. I watched a documentary some months back on like how Japanese swords are made, and a certain amount of it was like purity of the metal versus like what other stuff's in the metal and something binding and crystallization. I don't know, but all very interesting. Beer Billet, thank you for the follow. Sleep well. See you again real soon. So many drinks, good. We'll deal with that later. Hello. Masterpiece limestone door. So that's what we were waiting for right here. Masterpiece limestone door. Maybe it's being carried right now. We'll come back in a second. Okay, we can put one more stone thing there. When I say stone thing, I mean a wall. I know the words. Okay, so these two sides are now nicely symmetrical. And the next thing I want is like a central area that feeds off to each of the sides. And each side will be a study area. So let's try to make those now. Oof. Does that look dumb there? I think it looks dumb there. Let's not do that. You like my non-rectangular rooms? So if I had my own way, like if I were not streaming, it would be all rectangular rooms forever and always. But I know it excites the viewers to occasionally see symmetrical, but non-rectangular rooms. What sort of books I hope to write in here? Literally anything. If it's children's stories, I'll be very impressed by them anyway. There's 3 out on this side. 1, 2, 3. And also someone just suggested we should make this a multi-floor room. I'm going to be honest with you, which I should not do in this moment. I actually forgot that there are Z levels in this game while creating this room. I was totally locked into RimWorld world for a moment there. So, yes, you're right. We should definitely make some multiple floors in the library. That'd be pretty neat. Okay, so I think we're just going to go across like this. It's not going to be super interesting then. Oh, I know what we're going to do. I know what we're going to do. You wonder if RimWorld will have multiple Z levels someday? I don't think so. I'm not going to say definitively that it never will. I'm not going to say that they've promised they'll never do so. But I'm definitely a player who believes that they're uninterested in doing so. What's my favorite library IRL? Best library I've ever been in is University of Chicago's library. You're not allowed to go into it unless you're an academic or a student at UC. And I went there a few years back to find a book that I could not find anywhere else, which was really, really fun. And I ended up like recording by hand about half of the book, and that ended up being the basis of my first ever published article. And so I have happy memories of that book, both of this like my development as a scholar, as well as it's just a beautiful, beautiful place where they have a lot of books I need for my profession. Now that said, it's very far away these days, so not going to go there again. Okay, I'm intending to make this a little study carrel. I'm intending to have that as a place where one person can hang out and scrawl eternally. Now, I should figure out, is there a specific kind of furniture you need to write books? I don't think so. It probably is just a table and a chair. I'm going to do the exact same thing on the other side as well. And I don't know, actually, I shouldn't say that. There actually is an even more amazing library I've been to, and I totally forgot about it till just now. And talking about it is going to partially dox me, but I'm okay with that. So up in the woods of New Hampshire, that's right, the woods of New Hampshire, there's a summering house that belonged to the chair of the Harvard philosophy department back in the 1950s. One second, let me just write 1, 2. And this guy decided to have a library for himself. And this guy he's now dead, so had first edition books of like Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan and various Baruch Spinoza texts and other really, really important history of philosophy texts. And it was hundreds, thousands of books. And his family held on to it and didn't quite know what to do with it. And so they just kind of put a lock on the door. And at various points, people broke in and stole books from it. And the various books ended up on eBay, and some of them were worth thousands and thousands of dollars. And at one point, the FBI got involved in finding the books and getting them back, which I think is amazing. And this library just sat more or less empty for years and years and years. And it was the secret of my subfield, American philosophy. This thing was out there somewhere, but no one could quite decide what to do with it because the major universities didn't want to deal with having to catalog all the books. So a friend and I went ahead out there one summer and spent a week in there with a bookseller, helping him to catalog all the valuable books in the library to get a clear sense of what was in there. And my friend ended up writing a book called American Philosophy: A Love Story, in which he talks about falling in love with this library and falling in love with his second wife also. They're now divorced. But if you look online for the Hocking Library, Hocking, Hocking, you'll find pictures of this place. And I encourage you to read my friend's book. John Kegg is his name. And it's a really, really cool library and a really cool story. And I'm not doing justice to it, but I spent a week living in a library in the woods of New Hampshire. And that's the first time I've told that story on stream, because it does partially dox me, like I said, but it's a cool place for sure. I got a chest inside the library. Cool. You're an archivist IRL? Awesome. Archivists are some of my favorite people forever. Why is there water here? I'm sorry, a pool of dog pus? Why is dog pus watercolored? Okay, I suspect it's the case that one of my dogs has an infection going then. I've been told it's not possible to do medical treatment at all on dogs, or animals generally, so that's gross. That's really gross. Yeah, Game Merchant, it definitely was a really awesome adventure. And there's an article about the library in Harper's Magazine, and like I said, there's a book on it that was, I think, named one of NPR's best books of 2018, 2017. I do not appear in the book, but I am in the acknowledgments. So if you really want to be creepy, no, I'm sure no one would. Okay. I'm considering getting rid of these bookshelves and tables, making them all out of just limestone. But I kind of like the color of the claystone bookshelves. And so let's continue to add some of those in. Oh, we have one very attractive one. Nice. But they'll all look just about the same here, so I think that's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's put a 7th in. And I'll put more study tables on that side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And that is 2 off the wall. So 1, 2 off the wall. 1, 2. We're going to need to make some more of them. I think we have a job set up to create more bookshelves. All right. Our Baron has ended a mandate. Is our Baron no longer furious? Of course not. I think this really is the goal for today. Exactly, Sally. Yep, there's an article in Harper's written by my friend John Keg, and it's a beautiful story about a really beautiful library. I mentioned the University of Chicago Library first because that one is more accessible to the public. The one in New Hampshire, I still haven't quite figured out what to do with it. Harvard ended up taking the most valuable books, I believe, and has a little study area for them. And then the University of Massachusetts at Lowell took a bunch also. And there's still a bunch of books there, though. And it's still a beautiful, beautiful place. But let's see. He's close to a waterfall. He feels good. He's satisfied with his work. He feels good. Do the nobles have an even higher level of like happiness needed to move through their happiness at all? Because I'm fairly sure dude is still just furious. Even though he has a little bit of concern about praying, he's proud about himself. Maybe I'm expecting movement and mood too quickly. Maybe it's a really slow process to shift from level to level. He's unable to pray to Doran Wealth Taxed. I think I may have made... No, I made him to Omat Button Splanted. So we'll go ahead and make yet another temple zone for somebody wealth taxed. What are his memories like? So the reason he's the Baron is he had his feet ripped off in battle. I shouldn't laugh about this, but it's true. And so I'm guessing it's the case that he is somewhat concerned about that. That isn't his zone. A lot of these temples are very, very cheap temples. I probably can't have them all in this room and make them very happy or very, very attractive. So eventually we'll create for the Baron probably a whole area of giant temples over here sooner or later. Let's go put up another offering place. I think that's in the temple. We'll see. What are the Baron's memories like, though? So, a lot of fairly positive memories, and then frustrated dwelling upon seeing a goblin die. Values harmony, though. And he did suffer a major injury. His great unease about all of this was more than a year ago, actually. Check his needs also. All right, cool. So, praying is the issue. There is a place for Utas to pray. Does not lead an exciting life. Can't acquire things. I don't know. Having one giant temple for any god. That's actually what this is here. And this temple here is for any god at all. And I think it's very attractive, but I was hoping to give the Baron himself a private temple area. And maybe it was a bad call, we'll see. Let's go down to the cavern level again. We dug up this barracks room. So this barracks room is going to be for the team whose entire job is protecting the fortress against things attacking. And so 10 people live here. I'm going to go ahead and smooth it first, just to make sure that gets done. Can I say the name of my friend's book? Yeah, it's American Philosophy, A Love Story by John Keg. K-A-A-G. And I'll email him tonight and say he owes me royalty money. But no, it's a really good book. It was very well written. I'm incredibly proud of my friend. That said, he does come off with a bit of a scuzzbucket in it. And in some measure, he is a bit of a scuzzbucket. But we're still fairly close anyway. That's right, scuzzbucket. That's kind of a word I use. Alright. If this is the barracks, then I'm going to have this be the bridge and trap area. So let's see if we can figure out how both those work. I want to go ahead and dig down all of those now. Wait. Are we fine or are we not fine? If I dig down on those, it opens... If I dig on these, it opens this level here. This level here is still covered entirely except for this one. That's... I think this is fine. So what I'm worried about is that I'm going to open up the cavern again and need to figure out how to floor it in. But I don't think I've done that this time. We'll see real soon. Alright, the Baron has said, make me something. What does the Baron want today? 3 Warhammers. So earlier he demanded that Warhammers not exported. Now we will create some Warhammers. We want 3 of them. We'll just mark 3 of them for now. I think he's a big fan of Warhammers, so maybe put more of those in his room. I like to imagine him playing Warhammer as little figurines. I know we talked about creating pedestals for this room. We didn't do that yet, though. God. Having a little walk there. Large wine pot. So someone did bring him more drinks. There are 18 of them. That should be enough drinks for a while at least, assuming that no one else is using them. I can forbid this door, but there's probably no way to forbid it to anyone except for him, other than making like an exclusive barrow and saying no one else can go there, but I think that's too much work to do. More displays. Haven't made any displays. I'm fairly sure I marked them to make. Did I actually not do so? If I did, I'd be at the very, very bottom here. Make rock pedestals. Okay, so that does still exist as a job over at IKEA. And I believe I restricted IKEA to just my master crafter. I did. And he's only marking as stoneworking. So, what is Burr the Stonecrafter doing? There he is. He's trying to make rock pedestals. So he's actually going to do the job I need him to do right now. I was expecting too much too quickly, I suspect. So we do have another level of protection here. Did I actually lock it or link this to a pole somewhere? If I did, it's the manager's office. And it'd be this one. Yeah, downstairs restriction. I should probably put another lever in here as sort of an emergency pull in case things get crazy in the cavern down south. So, this is cave craziness stopper for sure. We'll put another one of those inside of the barracks as well. Hey, more Alexandrite. Cool. All dug out for sure. Flashy, flashy, flashy. I'll check on that a little later. While that's working, we'll head back upstairs and work on the library. Lovely. Now, did we get more bookshelves made? Don't you? Did Ibelabin? Assume so. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good day. Alright. Bookcases, bookcases, bookcases. Just the one more done. We'll get some more time on that. So while it's all being made, I wanted this room here to be a barracks. It could be a better idea to make this into just another stockpile area for all these stones. Though we could also make sure the stockpile zone is where the other ones are. Just have all of our stones more or less unified in location. At some point, I'm going to want to either smooth or floor the entirety of my library. And that's going to take so much work. I think I want to floor it. I think I've been told that flooring is more valuable than smooth floor. Alert, alert. Oh, no. Some people got old, some people died, and now someone, that's me, cried and cried. Past tense. Alright, so a spear dwarf's unfortunate. That means it's a member of my fighting force is no more. I assume. It's this button here. Position 10 is empty now. Alright, so who gets to join the militia? Competent sword dwarf, our weaponsmith. Like I said before, I think I actually have 3 legendary weaponsmiths. And so I thought I could maybe use one of them. Or we could find a peasant. As always, peasant already has work to do, so you don't get selected. You're also hauling. Good job, peasants. This one here. My friend, you've been selected. Okay. So, the spear dwarf that has died had some lovely armor on him. Hopefully some of it gets reclaimed. Oh, wow. He had a named weapon also. Does it belong to everyone? Wow. Wait, he's a spear dwarf using a fancy axe? That's strange. I don't know. And then some random planter died also. Okay, this is not a place where I crushed people, so we will have bodies for them to bury down here. Why is there no body here? Oh, I assigned it to the wrong person. I assigned it to the person whose body is missing, which means we have at least one unburied dwarf somewhere. Fascinating. So this one... Oh, I can't change who it belongs to. Hello, goblins. It could be marked for them, but not there yet. No, this has been made, like, a year ago? It's been a very long time. We'll deal with the hello goblins in just a moment, I promise. So we had 2 more folks die, and we possibly have 3. While we're down here, let's go ahead and dig just a couple extras on both sides. They're probably the only appropriately sized rooms in the entire base. That drum beat. Goblins are coming for us all. Do we have coffins? I think we can see those out in the stockpile zone. Yeah, we have at least a few of them. Cool. Alright, good. Spring is here. Dead tiny little cavi sow also. So I wonder if when the master died, if simultaneously the little cavi died. Alright, so who is currently among us? It's only ranged folks. So last year's goblin attack was also just ranged folks, and then some snatchers as well. So my big curiosity is this group here, who I made recently out of one really good mace dwarf and then a bunch of peasants. Should we send them out in an attempt to beat the dickens out of the goblins? Or should we let them stay inside and train up? Because I believe they've had absolutely no training at all. Other than Balmeric here. Yeah, trial by combat I think sounds good. Now that said, they have no armor on. But I think they are set up to wear something. Hello, Goblin Giggler. Oh boy. You're coming for the base. I got some concerns for sure. Some of them do have some clothes on. Some is kind of broken. Some have some weapons also. Wish you the best of luck. For now, though, we do want to deploy the number 1 squad outside. I'm thinking of not closing the doors. Oh, I wonder, do my archers have arrows finally? Okay, there are some on the ground. There's some bolts here also. We need to again go ahead and get rid of the trash here, and then unforbid these. And they should, the bolt ones at least, should get moved to here. The arrows, no idea. So more bolts on the ground there. Why are those bolts there? Is there a dump zone? There is. Okay, get rid of that also. And then unforbid those. And they should also get put into the stockpile here. Now the box somehow has a bolt in it again. So once again, no bins allowed. Alright, do you all have some bolts? Quiver. Good. Do you have some bolts? Quiver. Good. When I say good, I actually mean bad, in that there are no bolts in the quiver still. Alright. One of these days. They have some armor on those, so we'll definitely send them outside to fight fiercely in support of the base. I'm gonna send them to the front gate here. This last time is how I managed to crush a dwarf, is I deployed my archers to this side, and they did not get inside, and I was like, the fight's over, let's close the open the drawbridge, and smush a dwarf pancake just like that. Oh, actually lots of old goblin size items out here. Okay. I need to go ahead and put all of my civilians into the burrow. I need to make sure the burrow also includes the digging area down to the caves. I need to make sure I do not put the Baron into the burrow, or else we'll get wandering too far away. So this burrow gets all citizens, civilians. When I do that, does the Baron stay in his hole? He does. So when you do all of something, it means all of those who are not yet assigned to anything, I believe. Okay. I'm going to change the burrow. No, we're going to change the burrow from here. Digging right now here. Okay. Oops, I got lost. We barely have the cave open, and I'm already getting lost in the cave. I was going down. Backwards. Okay. So, from here, it does mean all. A dwarf mean multiple burrows. I did not realize that. Okay, we'll have to make sure that the Baron is not assigned to the main civilian one, or he'll get somewhat confused. Do ye not go outside? Hey, Geo dude, how's it going? The bolt bug can be solved by assigning a crossbow-equipped uniform during creation of the squad. Alright, so I've heard two things so far. That either it can be done that way, using the original archer setup, or perhaps we can also just make a tremendous number of bolts. And as right now, I'm trying a tremendous number of bolts, but after that I will try to remake the squad with the original archer uniform. But thank you very much for the excellent knowledge, because yeah, the crossbow bug has been an ongoing bit of fun for us. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just mark to dig out here, so the miners have something to do while they're locked inside. Cool. We then need to also make the burrow thing include this section. And this section. Oh boy. How many more floors are there? Luckily, once this is done, we'll never need to do it again. That'll do it. Okay. I'm going to set up a little bit more mining to do down here. So like I said, I want this to be the trap hallway. We saw a ballista somewhere. I think it was constructible in the military page, maybe? That's not it. Constructible in the military page. Yeah, it was. So ballista fires a ballista arrow in one of the 4 cardinal directions, though the aim can be adjusted just slightly. So my guess then is we want the ballista right here to whammo anyone who comes through this hole. I don't know how that works. So if that's what I want to do, I should probably have a much, much longer hole. Or longer haul, rather. I have a hole over here so that we can hopefully shoot them at greater distance, reload, and fire again. I'm also guessing we should have ballistae, I think that's the plural for it, in 3 directions. Now, I'm not going to say 4 directions, because presumably 4 directions means we also shoot ourselves. Oh, you know what? Wait, is this true? I was going to say, why don't we have them all the way down this hallway? But my hesitation on that is... then will enemies just turn and attack the ballistas instead of heading up farther and farther? Okay, I know that I definitely want to make this hallway longer, so I am going to mark that for now, and then we'll talk more about traps after we deal with the goblins upstairs. Cool. And I'm going to make that available for digging as well. Cool. Time check. Thank you, Sally, very much. I have 1 hour left to go. I have 1 hour left to go until I need to take off for my Japanese haircut today. Every time I think about it, I get terrified. We'll see how it goes. Ballista bolts smash through multiple enemies. Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking about right now, and there's no way to know this other than trying things out probably, but I guess my worry is if one enemy pops out and the dwarves fire, is it potential that just the one enemy will be there then? And we could have hit more of them. So maybe what we want to figure out is how long does it take the ballista shot to fly down a hallway? How far away can they see? I'm guessing that the staircase up should be at maximum distance, so that at the moment they see, there's a maximum time for the shot to fly before it hits the enemy, so that more enemies will climb up behind it. Also, I wonder if I shouldn't have 3 wide here, so that the ballista flies down just like a very narrow funnel, which hopefully enemies will have piled into. Huh. Alright, so the game I know best, RimWorld. The thing that's similar to ballistas, I assume, is the mortar. And mortars have terrible aim. How is ballista aim? And is there a relevant skill for it? Because I would hate for it to happen that I have like this one tiny little hallway and it shoots and hits the wall instead. So it said earlier that it shoots at a 90-degree angle. Is that true? Shoots at a cardinal direction. It fires in a cardinal direction. Does that mean it flies in a cardinal direction? It can hit the wall unless the dwarf firing is very good. The skill is Siege Operator. Okay, so we probably do want to have a relatively wide hallway, so there's a higher chance of us not hitting a wall. There's probably some trade-off here, though, between making it overly wide and then we get swarmed versus having it overly narrow and the shot fails. Again, this may all learn as time goes by. Ballistas shoot 100% straight if they're operated by a legendary siege operator. Is there any easy way to figure out if we have any good siege operators here, other than building a ballista and assigning someone to it? I assume that's all for right now. Anyway, while they're working down here, I'd like to also set up tasks in the library. Namely, try to make the central room as well. My intention is to have the front area of the library, I'm not sure how much of it, but the front area of the library be openly available to everybody. And then the back end of the library, which I may actually make even deeper inside. Actually, we can't go much farther. The world ends pretty soon. Just for the monks to sleep in and not available to the public. So, 1, 2. A door there, and then 1, 2 again. Dwarves aren't hurt by catapults? Oh, really? Huh. Wait, why? Why is that? I don't want to say it's ridiculous, but it seems ridiculous to me. Like, given the ways in which everything is terrible for the dwarves, I'm actually amazed that does not happen to them. They don't get hit by catapults. I guess it's good to know, though. So if I can just, like, randomly shoot my catapult for practice, that could be good. Okay, same thing on this side. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, then we go 3 this way. So far, the symmetry's working out. Awesome. Okay, that'll be very nice. I thought we made a really nice limestone door. Oh, it wasn't available last time I went looking. There we go. Masterwork. Great. Hey, fresh cup of Joel. I like your name. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. After all that messing about, let's make sure the burrow actually does go into here. I think it does. It definitely does. Good. Let's make sure that the Baron is not assigned to this burrow. Oh boy, where is he? Cheers, great show. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kindness. I'm having a bunch of fun. Hey, there he is. Sorry, 2 burrow assignments. That's one we definitely do not want on him. Cool. All right, now it's time for us to make sure that the militia is coming, which I believe it is. My scribe is going for a walk. What are you doing, buddy? I think you're locked inside. All right, we'll see if any of our little friends get attacked on their way indoors. A wombat is currently fighting against some goblins. Why? Did the goblins decide to do some target practice on the way in? I've never seen that before. I've never seen them do anything but attack and menace us. Are there any non-ranged folks arriving yet? Nope, just a bunch of those. Alright, my main militia force is arriving. They're all quite good fighters. So we're going to invite them to just go beat the dickens out of some goblin. I'm actually going to go station instead of kill. So I believe by stationing, they'll all attack different folks. And I feel pretty good about that. Now, I'm also going to invite the less well-trained group who may still have no armor on. Is that true? Yeah. They got some armor. They got some weapons. They're going to do great. Y'all are going to go on standby. So y'all are going to go stand right here to stop snatchers. Cool. And then likewise, we're going to invite the archers to go stand here to stop snatchers. And I'll let the captain of the guard still patrol inside. So unpause, see what happens. Lots of people ready to fight. I don't see any fighting of dwarves yet. But I assume here comes the cavalry. Or I guess they're not on horseback, so here come the foot dwarves. A wombat has been defeated, I believe. Is it still alive somehow? How is the wombat still alive? I mean, it's knocked out now. I don't think it damaged anybody, but at least terrified the crossbowmen. That's what I'm seeing. As of right now, I'm kind of bummed out that we're only getting ranged folks. The one time we had goblins attack who were not ranged, it felt a lot more exciting. They're dropping back as Athel Lumen Shudip, the Swordmaster, comes deeper. Oh, he's legendary! This is the first legendary fighter I've seen. Now, we may have other legendary ones. He's a legendary weaponsmith and a legendary sword dwarf. This is a fight I am not scared. Legendary discipline. Holy moly. And he's a boring old copper short sword. We gotta get something better than that for sure. Alert, alert! The Snatchers arrived. I knew they were somewhere. Alright. The Marks Dwarves are cutting through. I mean, the Marks Dwarves go attack the Snatchers. So both the Marks Dwarves and the trainees go fight that. Whoops. Confirm, confirm. Okay. There will probably be other Snatchers showing up, but we'll see what happens. Back over here, the Swords Dwarf is in a martial trance now, swinging wildly. How'd that work out? The Swordmaster lodged his weapon inside of the goblin, pulls it out, gains possession once more, bites the goblin, and stabs it again. Oh boy. I feel bad for the goblins, I gotta say. They definitely did not sign up for this one. My Swordmaster is now feeling nothing. So he made a green face there. I guess I don't know what green face means. But there's nothing here about him being concerned or sad or bummed out. Maybe that's a face of resolve, of a willingness to destroy all those in his path. So far, none of us taking any damage at all. They continue destroying, and some more Snatchers. Snatcher there. Green faces martial trance. Alright, cool. This is Utez or no? This is Utez. It's a different Utez. Or Uts, perhaps. Yuts. Yuts. Alright, so you all go fight him, please. Confirm. Now, is there a third? Just thieves remaining. Where did the bowmen go? Where did the bowmen go, guys? I think some of the bowmen may have possibly run away. They're all in a giant pile right there. Good job, good job. All right, so group number one, you're going to help with the Snatchers also. Are you? If I can't find them, never mind. We'll just trust that our other characters will do well. Hopefully get some combat XP here. I'm going to invite the main fighting force to return back to base. Good. Unless we can find the Snatchers. Only one left. Are you being a coward? Are you being a coward? Oh, bleeding's happening. Wait, this is bleeding from Usuba Doomwealthy. I do not know how it is, but little Einot here, the militia captain, who has no arrows, is on the hunt. Boo! Boo, it fled. Alright, so another successful repulsion of all of goblin kind. I'm super curious if eventually we'll receive like a big army of goblins that comes to cause big problems. So far, not so much. Each one that showed up, we've been able to fight off pretty effectively. I did notice in that past fight that some of the members of my main militia force were bummed after not being able to pray at all. I'm sorry, Goblin Giller. Maybe next time you'll win. So my militia commander is, in some measure, representative of the rest of the team. They're not being able to see other things because they just drill eternally. Grandmaster Hammer Dwarf, though, man, they're really good fighters. Just not so good at much else. We'll see, we'll see. That went very well. Fun times. So now we can say no more burrow concerns. So this one we empty out again. We can fill in a claystone block there. So either way I can tell if the goblins will eventually show up and cause more problems. Or am I right to think that they're going to continue sending kind of small, inconsequential groups against us? I would totally love to have a goblin raid that challenges my soldiers somewhat. Because so far there's been absolutely nothing on that front. Okay. The suggestion we need to have some chests inside of the library also. They'll put chests in the corners instead of the study carrels. Now let's put chests by the doors. Hope so people can leave their good ideas on the way out. Maybe the corner instead. I think corner's more fun. So these are attractive. You there. And then you there. Okay. Harlequin opals down below. It's an absolutely massive digging area here. Mark some more of it. I do wonder if I'll find a back way into the cavern eventually, or if it's all only this direction. Okay, so we did dug down farther here. You've seen armies of hundreds in previous versions of the game. That's really, really cool. That's really, really cool. Glad we haven't run into that quite yet. Hope that continues. But hundreds of enemies at once. Don't even know how to think about that, honestly. Something is dead. And then it went away. Huh. Who knows what the death was? Probably a puppy dog? We can find out by looking at the dead missing page. And I think they're in a list of when they died. At the very bottom there, it's just more crossbowmen stuff. I need to go mark all the things outside as belonging to me. But I also do want to dig down. I guess 2 levels. Yeah, I guess 2 levels is fine. And here we'll need to construct some stairs. I'm actually going to cancel this area. I think. Wait, there's no reason to do this size? Because I don't want the enemies to overwhelm us. So I think if they have to go up in a conga line, that's probably a better thing, isn't it? Okay, why don't we just do a single staircase up at the very back then? Now I'm thinking with staircases. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Can you backseat game and maybe save some time? Alright, I'm going to offer you a one-time exemption to my I don't like backseating. Sure, Kata, give me 1 bit of backseating and I will be completely cool with it. Thank you for asking about backseat gaming instead of just doing it. I appreciate it a whole bunch. After that's dug out, we then do want to have a path in here. Cool. And we'll make us all look more attractive eventually. Hey! A cave spider's here. Huh. I wonder how that cave spider got there. Because the only door in is locked. Is there a path above? No. there a path below? No. They spawn anywhere. So is that only anywhere on certain levels? Like on the level where there is a cave? Because I've never seen one previously in any of the higher levels. They can teleport through walls. Can larger ones also teleport through walls? Like, is it possible that we'd suddenly see a giant monster here instead? I know people said earlier that large enemies can spawn from the edge of the map here. And I don't know. My title says library. It does. You just built a library. Congratulations. It turns out knowledge gained from books is absolutely nothing. Time in a library could be better used elsewhere. Yeah. This is one of those cases where, like, number one, I agree with you. I understand it does literally nothing, but roleplay? I think that's what I'm going to go with. It's one of those cases where, like, I know strategically, if I'm trying to do the best one possibly can, then building a library, and especially one of this size, makes absolutely no sense. However, I love the idea of having a library, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I like the idea of writing books and having other scholars visit us, etc., etc. So, Chaotic, thank you for... I'm not even going to say it's backseating. Like, usually when I think backseating, what it is like, Resorty, push these 4 buttons now, or else you're a bad player, and I'm going to unfollow you and tell everyone to unsubscribe. You just said, like, hey, here's a mechanic you may not know about. You're totally cool, my friend. Totally cool. Collecting creative books can be rewarding the same way as getting artifacts. That's how I feel also. Yeah, I love the idea of having a tremendous pile of knowledge for our folks. We said maybe spoilers. Oh, that's definitely true. Yeah, I want to distinguish between spoilers and backseating, though, for entirely pedantic reasons. It's no big deal, though. But thank you. Thank you sincerely for asking rather than just announcing that I'm playing the video game wrong. As often does happen when playing games like DF. Okay, so... table there. Oh, nope. Table here. Something spoiler you can do with libraries. We'll see eventually. We'll figure it all out sooner or later. 18 thrones. Wow. Alright, we have visiting a human bard Rotten Slayer. So earlier, we had a person visit who is called a Human Monster Slayer Knight 1. I took that to mean that person was a slayer of monsters, not a slayer who is a monster. Seeing this, though, makes me wonder, is this person a rotten, which I assume is a zombie, or is it a slayer of zombies? The last one was blue, I believe. This one's blue also. Are we having weird monsters visit us? Smooth sailing. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Feels nothing. Where's the description of what they look like? Medium-sized creature prone to great ambition. Basically unbreakable. Unbelievably strong and agile. Wow. What are your combat skills then? Okay. Where are we going? Personality. No. Health. Description. Hair extremely long. She's incredibly muscular. Her flat and narrow ears are fused-lobed. Her quite long nose is extraordinarily broad. Her slate gray eyes are round. She has a broad chin. Her head is narrow. Her hair is white. Her skin is pale brown. Huh. So it's a human who looks blue, but the description says pale brown. Rotten Slayer type randomly generated smart zombie. So it is a zombie, okay. Okay. So the earlier Monster Slayer was actually a monster, as opposed to being a slayer of rotten. Might be a vampire. Check their age and their knowledge. 52 years old. Has 2 kiddos. Knowledge. Is that a thought? Is that a skill? No knowledge. Knows of literally nothing. Welcome to the base. Hopefully that person will choose to stay with us. Can you imagine? Incredibly strong, cannot be defeated. I'd make them the captain of my military at once. That'd be so cool. What was I going to work on? Right, the line with the traps and such. So I want to get rid of this staircase after this one is done. It's not being done yet. Let's go ahead and make it a higher priority to get that done. So you, staircase, job 1, down we dig. Oop. And then job 1 on this one also. And then stop with that nonsense of job 1s. So I would like to make a ballista right in the middle here. And I don't know if it's 1 wide or 3 wide or what. We'll make it and then work our way around it if we need to. First one ever. Okay, it appears to be 3 wide, but also maybe you can walk around it. Need ballista parts. Make them at a workshop. Okay, I assume it would be just mechanics or machine parts, but seemingly no. I'll add this to the big work queue. We have to have 3 per weapon. So I'm going to say if there are 0, make 3. I'll see what they get made out of. I'm sure it's made also. Siege Workshop. I don't think I've made one of those yet, so we'll figure that out in just 1 second. So, make 3 if there are none. Cool. Can we see what they're made out of? Wood stuff? Is it exclusively wood stuff? Alright, so like beds, it has to be wood. Cool. How are we looking on woods right now then? Woods? We got some still. We're very early in this year. So how much longer until elves give me a new allowance? Still 16 left. So agreed in year 255. I wonder if this limit is for the calendar year of 255 or until next time they visit. I think it's until next time they visit. So let's get 16 more defeated. Good night to you, Sally. Have a good night, my friend. I gotta go fairly soon, probably another half hour or so. Right, Siege Workshop. Siege, there we go. Here make parts for ballistae and catapults. Workshop's also a place where ballista ammo is assembled. We have none of that right now. Okay. I have a suspicion that ballista parts are very, very heavy. I have a suspicion that ballista arrows are also very, very heavy. Wood, on the other hand, is fairly light by comparison. So, I'm going to go ahead and put our ballista workshop down here so we can have arrows available much more quickly. That seems reasonable to me. Is it true? I have no idea, but reasonable is good enough. So I'll make a little hallway down both sides here. And then a workshop will go somewhere. Smooth granite. Okay. This is granite. So it is. Granite blocks probably be great to make. We might make a workshop down here to do as well. Like I said, I am thinking kind of seriously about starting a whole other city down here and seeing if we can have 2 segmented cities. One to interact with the elves and such outside, and then one to focus on exploring the caverns. And eventually finding magma far, far, far below. Right now we'll just jam it up with the 3 rounds right here. Cool. Okay, this is a barracks. And this is a barracks where people are going to do absolutely everything in their lives. So we need 10 beds, definitely. And this is the first barracks I want to have look nice. Where previously we've kind of just thrown things wherever. So here in the back corner, wow. That is the nicest bed we have. I believe we only have that one, though. So a couple questions come to mind. Number one, is that actually better than the Baron's bed? Nearly certain it is. Yeah. We're going to destroy that bed and then give him a nicer one. He'll probably be very angry for a moment not to have any. The Baron has demanded we make something. All right, look here, I'd love to give you a gift. Now here you go, demanding this and that. Make me another Warhammer. So I'm fairly sure we made him 3 Warhammers quite recently. All right, boss. Make another Warhammer. Great. And speaking of the Baron, I know I also created some pedestals to show things off for him. But here in the middle, we made some legendary item recently. I don't think I want to use that. Instead, I want to use a crown or perhaps a warhammer, just to see what might look nice for him. The yak bone warhammer is a piece of trash item. It's worth quite a bit, but is not effective, and so I probably do want to use it for display. Now, with that said, it's already on display somewhere else, but I think that the Baron would prefer to see it rather than making it available to wherever it is. So I'm going to go hunting for it and then replace it with the new legendary item we just got, which was some kind of pendant or amulet. Because I believe that is currently in the guild halls. In the guild halls, there we go. Is there a hammer? There is. Cat. And so this one, I want to instead have amulets. There we go. There you go. That's how it's done. And hopefully they change this out pretty quickly. Yes, they will. That is great. The water's flowing again. I believe you fine folks have told me that water can't climb higher than its current level. So if I were to dig out between here and there, this is 7 of 7 height. So I believe it will, given enough time, fill this entirely. Now the level above it, called Brook, doesn't say anything about water. So I wonder if I go to 7 of 7 and then start dumping inside. Water won't rise unless it's pushed somehow. Okay. As of right now, I'm not trying to push. I'm just trying to fill the bit of moat here. Also, I had to go ahead and at least cut out the area underneath the bridge. This is the right-hand side of it. Okay, if we were to cut that out, then there would be... Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Yes, it would. These would then flood. So I would like to... I kind of want to block these in. I also kind of want to change everything else to make this available. I said that before and I haven't done it yet, so I'm going to continue just not getting that done, unfortunately. Hey, alert, alert! Elven caravans arrived! Oh, before they get here, I should cut down all the trees I can. 16 more. Okay, this is the most important thing in the whole wide world, is to cut down all possible trees. Just a moment ago, I talked about cutting down trees and then got distracted. I cannot believe we did not cut down all the trees we could this year. What am I, some kind of filthy elf? Okay, I didn't see the diplomats here. I wonder if the diplomat hasn't arrived yet, or if we're not going to get a diplomat this year. Or if they're just not noted, perhaps, as being an individual. So which part is currently marked as library here? Quite a bit of it. I'd like to expand out a little bit more. Including all of this. Just to the drawbridge. This drawbridge does not yet have a pull on it. We definitely have to set those up somewhere. And like I said, I want to have one pull for the scholars and one pull for the manager to make sure we don't have enemies attack here. Good. I can't change this part, can I? The Mansion of Lance was an auto-chosen name. Now the clicking... Oh, wait. Ha-ha! I never saw this button before. So there are multiple things in the base that are named, things I don't want them to be named, because I didn't notice that. I'm sure I came and like tried to click this repeatedly. But no, I can change the name. So we need to find some way of saying this is books, or knowledge, or wisdom, or the future. Something of that sort. So, the future? The dawn of future. That's weird, that's dumb, never mind. I got a little carried away briefly. I'm sure the word library can be used, but that feels a little bit too literal for me. The belcher of knowledge? Possibly that. Archive? I guess I like the word archive, kind of. Not a word. Stockpile? Stockade, no. What's a word for storing things? The bin. The bin. Hall of wisdom. Hall's not bad. Hall's not bad at all. Let's try halls, plural. And of, I'm guessing they do have wisdom. They do. They do. Pandora's box. No. All knowledge is good. There is nothing to doubt. Nothing to be afraid of. I swear to you. Only ethical research here. The bucket of knowledge. That is perfect. Number of times playing Oxygen Not Included, I've described things as buckets. It's absolutely off the charts. Is enlightenment a word? Oh, shame. How about realization? No. Let's do a little random scrolling and see what we got. Shame. When I think of academia, that's what I think of. Worries. Lovers fainting. Moistness. Like prestige. Lamentation. Oh, reason. Reason's perfect. The halls of reasoning. Or halls of reason. Reasoning is better. Enlightened may be an adjective, so enlightened reasoning. Oh, a little strong. Try some random ones? No. We create intentionally in this family. I'm okay with that, actually. That's a good name for now. And visitors may visit us. We got chairs. We got chess. We got no writing material yet. But soon. Okay, so I want to figure out how to make paper and such. Let's look and see what possible workshop might help with this. Screw press. Presses liquid from various sources. Plants might need to be milled before they can be used. So I was thinking like making paper involved like having wood sluice, I think, and then pushing it very tightly into flat things. This is in the real world, possibly. But probably not that. Is it a farming thing? Cairn. Sugar, flowers, and various slurries. So I can imagine it being paper slurry. I'd find that delightful. Use the Dwarfers wiki? No. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out for sure. Don't you worry, team. This is something I really enjoy in games, is like figuring out if I can figure it out. So, make some paper. Press plant slurry into paper sheet. I was actually right. I was actually right in how it's done in this game. That's cool. So I'd like to have the monks make their own paper. And so, one side is going to be their bedroom, and then the middle will be their dining area, and possibly like a worship temple also, a temple of knowledge. Let's have one side be our production area. Dwarf Fortress Wiki. I've managed to resist it so far. I know there's a tremendous community of really cool people who've done a huge amount of work to have all of the knowledge of the game in that one place. But I spit upon their efforts as I attempt to stumble my way through. Limestone. Okay. We'll do one more of those. Then a wall. Actually, let's actually make it mirrored instead. Yeah, stumbling is fun as long as I figure out what on earth's going on. I think there have been a few things in the game where my stumbling efforts have been absolutely fruitless. Cool. Okay, so slurry. So presumably I need to have the cairn here to produce the slurry. That's a farming thing. Cool. Completed very slowly compared to a powered millstone. Power. Can I have like an army of dwarves push a turbine in circles? Powered anything. Is that a furnace? No. What was it called again? Powered something. Powered millstone. Looking for a mill then, possibly. Ashery Boyer Carpenter Crafts. Oh, it's probably a machine, isn't it? There it is. I must be hooked to a windmill or water wheel to function. Oh, we saw these axles before. Okay. I'm thinking through, is it possible to have a mill down here? And I bet it is. So, windmill upstairs. Not all areas have strong winds. Okay, can we discover if there's strong winds upstairs? Okay, so my current idea is to make a windmill on the highest peak here, and then build a wall around it so the goblins can't attack it, and then use drives or vertical power transfer things to get the power down to the production room of the library here. And then there, use the powered mill. You don't need the windmill as bonus. To make the better working one, the millstone must be hooked to a windmill or a water wheel. Because the cairn it has worked slowly. I want to give my librarians the best possible work. Oh, it has to be outside? Or near machine. Okay. So this is the spot where I want to build if I want to build straight down to it. Okay, let's go ahead and build 2 windmills up here. Now, it said not all areas have wind. Is there any way to know ahead of building the item if there's wind in the air? Like, I can imagine my little dwarf walking outside and getting blown to a side, saying, ah, yes, definitely windy. Can I see that? Or is it just you have to create and then see? I'm valid? Thank you. I like being valid. There's no way to tell ahead of time? Alright, fine. We'll make it and we'll see what happens. So, create for me the windmill. Apparently made out of wood. 4 wood. We have 4 almond. Cool. I'm surprised there's not also a machine part needed. So I'm just going to make the 1, and then we'll come back and see if we need more after that. Okay, lots of junk to make belong to us again. I actually never did the cleaning up after the last goblin raid. But wasn't there a standing order about when hunters shoot stuff, pick up your arrows? I think we talked about that and I didn't actually go look for it. We should do that in a moment here. Okay. All the goblins who died, I believe, died right here this time. Oh, right here also. But they're already marked as allowed. Okay. The diplomat has now arrived. Okay, does that then start this year? Or is it only when we actually speak that it starts? 10 more trees cut down! Alright, gonna get them all. Well, the fellow is descending into the base. We are cutting down any possible tree. Alright, 9 to go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Elf Day. I'm relatively sure that we haven't allowed everyone to go woodcut, have we? Only selected. But there are a whole bunch of them working. Surely they'll get them all real soon. Why are these boots still here? So these boots have been sitting on the ground for such a long time. We have an armor zone here. It allows copper stuff. It did not allow copper little booties. Okay. Feet. Low boots. That's the issue. I tried to make sure I only had armor stuff in there instead of having normal civilian clothes as well. Alright. Baron, my Baron, I believe is still furious. Hey, he is. Is it improving? Is it improving? Felt gratitude after being rescued. That is very sweet. That is very, very sweet. You tell the elves to shove it. So I haven't yet, because I don't want to go to war with them until I'm relatively sure I can win. Now, we do have one exceptionally... May I have giant elephant, please? I was gonna say, we have one exceptionally well-trained militia group. They could probably take on the elves, but I do worry a little bit. I bet this elephant is their hauling creature and I can't have it. Okay. What if I made this year they might like? Got a lot of jugs and such. We have some fancy gems. We found gems much deeper down than ever before. I'd like to buy their cloth. I'd like to buy their wood. That's probably about all I really need from them. Oh, wow. We have limestone slabs worth 782 money. It's probably encrusted with expensive gemstones. Here, have some shields. We gotta make more quivers for the dwarves by autumn. After we're done with this, I'll sure remember to do that. Okay. I need to turn off the just go throw gems on whatever you want to. Because this feels like a ridiculous waste. Like, maybe iron mechanisms are eventually used for something where beauty really, really matters. But that mechanism's worth 3,000 money. It's the most guilt machine of all times. Craziness, craziness, craziness. A pretty lever, I guess that's good. We definitely got to figure out why we're not making more various kinds of armor. And it probably is because we were kind of low on charcoal for a while. Though maybe the job fell off. Oh, no, it's probably in bins. I always forget we have bins full of stuff. Hey, Bert, I can place it in a room to quickly raise the value. It is true. Here, have a machine part. Don't you love it? I think you should love it. I was about to say, how do we only have one bone crown? The other ones are surely in a bin somewhere. More cabinets to go out. Into those boxes. They don't want my shell parts. Time for the fun with bins. These are the uncut gems. I'll leave them as such. We may have only one soap left. If so, I need to make more soap. I think my work queue is probably somewhat broken on that, so we'll figure out in a bit. Leather shields, they do not want. I assume it's just leather shields, right? Oh, some of the random clothes I brought out that are broken may actually be leather clothing. I need to be very careful not to accidentally sell those. We'll evaluate that once they're here, though. Various bins. So I've been moving towards copper bins because I think they're fairly light as a replacement for the wooden bins. So I can sell the bins without upsetting the little buddies here. Little buddy elves. Apparently we still have a decent amount of cloth. For a while there I was worried we were running out. Okay. So this is only 730 money in gems. There should be ones worth quite a bit more than that. But I'm going to bring this one up just to figure out what kind of trading I want to do. I think a further value of having all of our bins made of the same thing would be I won't have to scroll through all this quite as much. They should stack up better instead of looking for finished goods in each of the different ones. For example, nothing there. This one's big money. There's a whole bunch of socks that are bad, which are primarily made out of plants. Cool. Cloth, bars and blocks. Cloth. Hey, Saucy Giraffe. I like your name very much. Thanks for the follow. The first were item I ever fought in this game was a were giraffe, and it was terrifying. Too dumb to care. Good to have you here also. All you new followers, thanks for being here for sure. Holy cow, we have an armor bin of 27,000 money. And it's almost entirely leather shields. This makes me think I may have a leather shield creation job that I've not figured out. Also, wow. 2 shields. I wonder what this one's made out of. Like, this is clearly leather. This one, though, appears like it might be iron. If this is actually an iron one, I should make sure someone's using it. This also may be the most valuable item I've made so far. I think it is. Nothing for our friends there. I gotta stop calling them our friends. Also, why do I have so many shields? So we need to look through the list of shields and the work job of making shields, figure out why it's happening. We have bracelets there as well. I should have a pile of crowns somewhere that my Baron made. I want to use this for decorations, though, instead of using them for trading right now. Oh boy, we're only to the G's. I think we're towards the bottom, though, so there's not that many more to go. Cloth. All right. I'm sure I missed something I want to sell, but I have no idea what it would have been. Beds and bars. Oh yeah, bones. Thank you for reminding me. The crowns are made of dog bones, and the elves will hate that. You monsters killing things. Trading you, I need some work. I definitely agree with that, Saucy. This is the part of the game where I always feel like I have no idea how to make this compelling content. Like, there's no commentary to offer other than I'm scrolling. Still scrolling. So I do hope this has changed a little bit, just because it is, even if I weren't streaming, it would still be fairly tedious to try to get through and see them all. I think that's fine. I have no idea what we brought, but it's plenty of stuff. Hopefully they'll give me the elephant, though I kind of doubt it. We'll call for our broker also. And the things I want to check out were, number 1, do I have a job to make nigh infinite leather shields? Or really any kind of shields. Shoes and gloves. Leather armor, leather helm. Leather quiver. I want to make more of those. Because again, my buddies want to buy them. So make 50 of them under conditions when any? I could change it if they're more than 4. I'm going to do that. Not 5. Fine. So they'll go make a whole bunch of these. We'll use up all of our leather. That's okay. They can be used to sell in the future. All right, continue down. So quiver, tanning hides, fats. Okay, so I don't see any job to make leather shields at all. Now, it is possible that I set up a forever job here. I didn't. I think this is the only place where leather shields can be made. So maybe we made a bunch of them at one point, and now we have no more being created. Cool. Now, there are a couple other things I said I was going to do while we were trading. I think bedrooms was part of it. I saw we did have a few more beds. We also had some cabinets and some chests that I want to continue deploying in our Dwarven Motel 6 down here. Such fanciness. Also, I need to give the Baron a bed. I took his bed away previously, just to ensure that he got a higher quality one, and then I did not give him one. Whoops. 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 Okay, add more here also. Whoops. We have 9 more bedrooms made. Are we getting closer to 183 of them? Got some doubts, but getting closer, I'm sure. Is this one already marked? Good. Hey, very inky, good seeing you. These are big bedrooms? They are. As I said earlier, why do I make such big bedrooms? So people say these are big bedrooms. Hooray for chat engagement. No, that's my one little homage to RimWorld. That's the size of the bedroom I make in RimWorld. Okay. The nice bed for His Majesty. Great. Diplomat's here. If I don't accept that until all the trees are cut down, what happens? 10 more to go. The only issue would be if he leaves. He or she or they leave. I thought we had some tree marked to cut down. Let's see what my woodcutters are doing. Can't select them from here. Trees are flashing. So while the elves are on the map, we're chopping them down. Glorious! I'm proud of you all. You can select it all one go. Yeah, so if you do bedroom or whatever and do the multi button, this you can then use to select many rooms at once, and it will try to turn it into as many bedrooms as possible. And that's pretty cool, I think. Keep chopping. Nothing to do but the elves. Hopefully there's no trees falling on people's heads this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. 6 to go. Should we be super greedy and go for all of these? The bear wants to make something. We're just going to stop here. We'll drop those last 2, and that's good enough for now. Okay. Timber. Cool. All right. Let's go have a chit-chat. Hello. Does that still happen? Wood can fall on dwarves? I'm not certain. What I know is the very first person who died in my base was crushed by a falling piece of wood. Now, I think what happened is one tree fell onto a second tree and left some logs in the branches of the second tree. And then we cut down the second tree and the logs fell from above. Now, that may not have happened that way, but he definitely died by having a log fall on his head. All right. We elves are partial to these places. We're willing to ask that you cap tree fells at 25. So I can say the green one here, and they may offer us more than 25. We can part with 59. So are the elves afraid of me? Because the first time I agreed with the elves that they would, that I'd only cut down 25 of them, we agreed on that. It was 25. And people in chat said, next time around, they're not going to let you cut down any trees. And so I cut down my 25, then sat quietly. And then next time they said, you can cut down 29. And it's gone up and up and up every single time. So for some reason, the elves are cools. Are cools? Are cools. My dwarf might be better at negotiation. Maybe they like me. Is it actually possible to have peaceful coexistence with the elves? So many chatters said it's not possible. They will stop you, and when they do, you have to kill them all. Look at that team. Legolas and Gimli, buddies forever. 60 or so. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So what is it that our friend the Baron wants? Friend the Baron wants more Warhammers. This guy's a little predictable, isn't he? It's always more Warhammers. Put on their pedestal so we can show off some crowns and crowns and Warhammers. This guy was Warhammers. Oh, all very attractive. All very attractive. We should also probably have some nice pedestals in the library. That'd be good. Okay, down here, for to make Warhammer. It's after 1 o'clock. Normally I would not care, especially until teaching comes again next week. But I have to go and get a haircut and go to the bank beforehand. So, unfortunately, and I really do mean unfortunately, I'm having a tremendous amount of fun. Oh no, Killadrix! Killadrix, thank you for the raid host. All right, 5 more minutes. 10 more minutes? A few more minutes. Good to have you here. How was your stream? Tell me stories. What game were you playing? Let me go ahead and do a quick little shout out for you. I don't know you at all. I don't think. If I do, I apologize for not remembering you. You're playing Dwarf Fortress. That's a pretty good game, I hear. How was your stream going? Did you have a good time? We'll do 5 more minutes and then I'll go away. Just to welcome all you fine folks in. I'm Resorty. We're playing a little game called Dwarf Fortress. You may have heard it before. This is my fortress. It is full of dwarves. These are my exceptionally large bedrooms. They're also full of dwarves. And someone has thrown a dog bone crown onto the floor. Hey, Gray, how's it going, my friend? Killing Moon, I think I said thank you for the follow. If I didn't, though, thank you much. So I'm also learning. This is my first real playthrough ever. We're having a ton of fun, but I am making beginner mistakes here, there, and everywhere. Now, I think we established just a bit ago that we have a couple of artifacts that have not yet been deployed anywhere. And they're both shields. So I still need to trade with the elves also. Shields. It's a dog bone shield. I was hoping it was an iron shield, but no, we have a dog bone shield that I believe is nowhere right now. Yep. That's a legendary highest quality 15,000 money. I'm going to put that inside of the library to welcome people to the place of learning and goodness. And then we have one other shield to figure out in just a moment. I'll probably put that in the what's it called? In the Dude Man Guy's room. And by Dude Man Guy, I mean our Baron. Okay. I thought I was going to get this library done today. This library is a multi-day project, maybe eventually. Let's go say hi to our friends at Traders. My trader is not here yet. He is busily worshiping downstairs. Hopefully sooner or later. There's no drinks at all in the tap room here. So I was hoping the tap room would have alcohol. A viewer mentioned earlier today that 1-by-1 drink spots are not super good because they'll dump empty barrels and then never refill them there. So I'm going to try to make this just 2-by-1 instead and see if they'll get some drinks up there for the tavern to enjoy. I actually do not know if people drink in the taverns, but so far they've been singing songs and having a good time. Also, the human bard Rotten Slater is still here. Feels nothing for all the things that have happened here because they're an intelligent undead, unfortunately. And so I don't know if they'll ever be happy. Masterpiece Horsebone Crowns. Yeah. I've got to find something to do with all these crowns that my Baron is making. And possibly just putting them in his bedroom would be good. Our other project down here at the cavern level. We dug out the staircase down, good. So now I want to refill this staircase. And I think if I channel this, the person who's channeling it will fall down. That's fine. And he can then work his way back up on this side. And we'll put a floor there just to ensure that enemies can't come through that way. Alright, I think I marked to make ballista parts. We then talked about making a ballista siege weapon factory down here, and I did not actually do so. So I do want to do that. Also, as I discussed siege weapons, I expect it's the case that we should find a way to have siege weapons outside also. Because again, so far we've only seen very, very small goblin raids. Only, I don't know, 7 at most. If there really can be hundreds of goblins eventually, having some way of attacking them before they get to our base seems like a really, really smart idea. So we'll deal with that in a second. Okay, I'd like this to be my siege weapon making area. I don't want to be too far away from the staircase because I want to be sure we can get ammunition down as fast as possible. So I'm actually going to put the doors right there and right here. Yeah, that seems nice. Is that nice? I think that's nice. We'll come back in a little bit and try to fill that out. We have some people visiting us, and by visiting I mean moving in. So we have a new arrival ranger. Cool. No legendary skills. Have other new arrivals. A fish cleaner. Also no great skills. New arrival Gelder. Wait, this person's entire job is it removing the testes? I think it's removing the testes on animals. I mean, you do you, bro, but that seems like an unfortunate job. Like, I can imagine that being part of a variety of other tasks, but not just that. I don't know. We have a Clark who's flashy. What do you do well? Legendary student reader. This person is a prime character to include in our library someday. That's not what gelding is. It's something to do with stopping reproduction, right? Like the testes part is uncertain. Let me see my uncertainty rather. So I'm going to Google real quick gelding. A castrated animal, especially a male horse. Okay, it's possible I actually don't know what castration is. Any action, surgical or chemical, by which an individual loses use of the testicles. Surgical castration is bilateral orchiectomy, the excision of both testicles. So is it like cutting the vas deferens? Or a vasectomy is cutting the vas deferens, right? Is gelding doing something else? I don't know. I'm happy to say I'm wrong on this one, but I'm relatively sure what that word means. Possibly. We're all learning here. Absolutely. You never see it come to the Resorty stream and not learn something. All right. What was I doing other than worrying about gelding? Right, we're looking to see who else had joined the base, and I think that may be all of them. New arrival. New arrival. An herbalist, flashy, and herbalist. No, too many farmers. Too many farmers. I think we're definitely going to go ahead and get ourselves additional militia members. They're just too many people. 195. So just a moment ago, we had only 182 dwarves. We are so close to cap. And so many more children. Okay, another one of the new arrivals was flashy something. That's right, I call it flashy. No, not flashy, he's just a trader. So I already have one trader. Doing fine. Doing fine. Sounds good. Okay, do we have trading ready to occur? He's still worshipping. I'm considering taking this man's job away because we've been asking him to come visit for quite a while, and he's just not quite there yet. Unfortunately, I really do need to go now, so I'm going to save it there. I'll be back tomorrow, 8:30 Japan time, 8:30 a.m. Japan time, 7:30 p.m. New York time, I think. More Dwarf Fortress. We'll learn a lot more tomorrow about gelding and everything else. So thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed yourself. If you liked what you saw, consider throwing a follow. That's hard to say. If you want to watch more Resorty right now, we have a YouTube channel where I am currently doing a RimWorld edited playthrough that I love more than anything I've made recently. So thanks for hanging out. Back tomorrow. Appreciate y'all. And thank you for being a friend.